Hello, everybody. It's us, ignore the music for the moment. It's not that important right this second. But welcome to us and hanging out with us here at Hard Knock Dice. I specifically am Ian, as it says below my face, and these gentlemen around me are my players for this campaign we're running called the Ghosts of the Saltmarsh. So, thank you for joining us if you're here. Thank you for joining us in the future if you're watching this at a later date. Appreciate you as well. But anywho, where we're gonna be getting on into things here in a moment. What are we pointing at?
Finger guns.
Finger guns. Okay, phenomenal. Right. Okay, my nerves are high right now. But before we get started with that, brief announcements as per usual. It's already been linked here in the chat. You'll see it right there. We are doing a charity run for the International Medical Corps. So, please go ahead and click on that link. They're helping out people over in the Ukraine area on both the physical and mental health fronts. So, donate what you can. It's for a good cause for people that need the assistance. So, do what you can. I encourage it. Aside from that, do we have any announcements? I can't think of any for me off the top of my head. Anybody else got anything? Anything fun? Anything exciting? Nothing.
Yeah, it's TPK.
Nah, y'all are fine. Y'all got it, I'm sure.
Hell yeah.
That's a good segue into last week on the Gosm.
Last week on the Gosm. Fuck.
The boys were new in town. They weren't back in town. You haven't been here before, but they were new in town, and they were in a magic pirate magic shop, whatever order you wish those words to be in. A shop of piratical magic, or a shop of magic of pirate origin. You can get creative, but run by one Lucian Ward, a not entirely sane gentleman. They bought some items. They didn't buy some items. They dithered over whether to buy an item because it cost attunement, and they were already attuned to 3 things. There was a lot. It's very exciting stuff, but they got some cool things out of it. Specifically, Gloob bought a few packets of a Dust of Corrosion, which was very relevant very quickly. Very relevant purchase, among some other bits and bobs that we're not going to get into in this moment. And I forgot to make things in D&D Beyond again. Oops. That won't be important, I'm sure. Anyway, after that fact, they explored a little bit. They kicked around town, seeing what there was to see, trying to hear some rumors. Shockingly enough, drunk-ass pirates don't talk about much, aside from what a good time they're having. And probably talking a lot of shit, which results in fighting. Because, yeah, pirates, man. Also, water cannoning Gloob into the air with a newly acquired decanter of endless water, which was a fun discovery, which seems really goofy now, but I'm sure, like, down the line will be very, very integral to, like, some harebrained scheme, which will inevitably, like, circumvent an entire large section of the campaign that I've planned out. But that's not the point. After not seeing anything of much import, at least for the moment, Gloob and company made their way back to the Sea Dog's Respite to take their rest. Julian going straight to sleep because his player was absent for the second half of last week's session. Just had a good old nappy poo. Gloob stripped down out of all of his fancy wear after a little bit, just getting down into his armor and some weapons, and presumably the bag of holding. I actually don't think we clarified on whether you have that or not. Being very sure to tell Glumel that he needed to stay there before taking the earpiece from him and handing it off to Yakko, telling him that he was going to go have a look around. Bart seeing this as just, he's excited to be in Pirate Town. Let him have his fun. Just keep an ear out and make sure he doesn't get in too much trouble. Proceeded with his evening. Gloops then snuck his way all the way to the fighting pits in the middle of the island, investigating, not finding any of the fighting pit slaves there upon the premises, but finding some couple like locker room waiting areas that seem to have some weapons in them, piling a lot of them up into one big pile and disintegrating them with the dust of corrosion, corroding them instantly with the dust of corrosion. Then try to follow some tracks from those little waiting rooms all the way towards perhaps where the slaves were being kept, coming into a close encounter after being spotted by a sneaky guard of some kind, a man keeping watch for individuals who are in places they're not supposed to be, like Lube is. But he was able to quickly lose him and then diverted to the chain planks themselves, making his way in now the much more thinned out crowds to this place where slaves are bought and sold here at Hull's Hearth. Some very big eyes. Oh, there's a big block of text in the chat. But finding them largely deserted, not any guards around at the present, and not really anybody that's keeping an eye on things for now, he observed everywhere around, only seeing a handful of cages, 5, I believe, to be precise, that all together held about 20 humanoids. He informed Jakob of this fact before telling him that he was just going to sit around for a while, stick around, that Jakob didn't need to come. Glib was just going to keep an eye on things and see what happened. Prompting Jakob to make an insight check, which he succeeded against Glib's deception. So realizing that he was not going to be just sitting and watching, but at the same time Glib removed his earpiece so that he could not be communicated with. Jakob, very concerned, drew a hand axe and bolted out of their room in the Sea Dog's respite, casting Expeditious Retreat on himself and booking it without saying anything to Bart, who was down in his skivvies, was getting ready to go to bed, prompting him to but to get up and rouse Julian. And that's where we ended our last session. Jakob having gotten one full round, and probably we're going to say after what is effectively going to be a second round of movement, after you've fully roused Julian. And this is where we're going to start off here for at least a little bit, gentlemen. Bart, you are shaking Julian awake. Go, fellas.
What floor are we on?
Y'all are on the second floor.
I knew that little asshole was gonna try something.
No. Jakob just ran out the door with weapons drawn and...
Was Glue with him?
No, Gloob already left. He was gonna have a nice night out in the town.
Oh, fuck.
But...
Out the window.
Oh... Yeah, you should find him. I say to no one.
Okay, Julian, so
Wait, Julian! Well, shit, he can swim.
roll a quick acrobatics check as you're just launching yourself out of the window. There's not glass
Just
here.
launching myself out the
It's a
window.
hole in the wall.
I am also casting Zephyr Strike.
Casting Zephyr Strike? Okay. You have to attack something to get that extra movement.
I thought it was just while you have it active.
You don't provoke AOPs while you have it active.
Hey.
It is not like Expeditious Retreat. It doesn't give you bonus movement.
I misread that.
Don't
In
wait.
that case, I am not doing that.
While you
It's only
maintain
when you do
concentration
the-
on Zephyr Strike, you don't provoke AOPs, and then you can you can empower one attack to give you advantage
I'm rereading
and
it
stuff.
now.
Yeah.
That was purely a case of
Yeah.
seeing what you wanted to see.
I have read that spell a bunch of times. For
It does
my,
increase your speed, though.
when you
the
make that
attack,
empowered
yes.
attack by 30 for that one round.
Yeah, but it's just for when you make the attack, no other.
Straight up into the air.
Some poor pirate just...
At that point, you're getting about the same movement though, because you're just getting
Yeah.
an additional 30. So
Mhm.
unless you like hasted or something, and then I think
Right.
I've done the math. You can make it worth it on the movement speed front. It's just under specific circumstances.
Acrobatics, you say?
Yes, acrobatics. We're gonna see if you bust ass or not as you hit the dock floor. It's a weird situation.
I got a +2, folks. Pray for
You're
me.
not proficient.
End of your energy.
Yeah.
Oh. Four.
What?
I was just gonna say don't botch, but yeah.
Would you let me, like, jump out the window and then Misty step to the ground so that I don't lose forward momentum?
I mean, if you just want a Misty step, like having exited the window and just kind of like as you're vaulting out, just a Misty step straight to the ground, I suppose I will. Despite the fact that you've already rolled the acrobatics check, sure, I will allow you to go ahead and use that.
No,
Misty
you're
step.
right. That's corny. I'm gonna save my DM gimme for later. I'll just take the face thing.
And
I was gonna say just have him slam his head into the window frame and then just go
unconscious. 0 hit points.
Oh,
So
never mind. Take the ball.
So I guess Bart, whenever he says it's alright, he can swim, does that after he completely just jumps out of a window into the water
Right.
and I hear a big splash.
Wait, was the
No,
there's
that's
not a walkway outside?
no,
of it?
yeah, you're hitting walkway.
Yeah, that's
Probably
I was
not much
hoping-
walkway, but there's walkway. You do take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you do, like, you're still like, you barely gathered this information before you're trying to launch yourself out the window, like the tip of your foot kind of caught as you went out and you just face first into the dock. Pertinent question, since you were not here for the second half. I know you purchased that bow of mind thievery. A, did you attune to it? And B, did you make it your packed weapon?
yeah, I was using purely. Hold on, actually, before I say that, let me check something real quick that I intended to look at last time. I am so sorry. Bear with me.
Yeah.
The answer's just yes.
This is an important, considering the abilities that bow has.
Right,
This is a
yeah,
pertinent
no, I
question.
totally get why you're asking.
Yeah, is an important information. Also, just noticed my blinds are a little open back there.
Oh, does that even show up on stream?
I don't know. I can definitely
yeah,
see it on my camera, and it bothers me. So I matter more than everybody else. So I'm gonna fix it. Well, he's looking at whatever he's looking at. It's kind of fixed. It's still a little bit of light. It will not go all the way over.
Cody saved that DM gimme for the very next sentence he said.
I'm trying to figure out like what does it limit my use of improved pack weapon is what I'm looking at.
That's important. I don't know why it wouldn't make it +1. I believe it adds that +1 to attack and damage to any weapon if it doesn't already have the +1. Quite frankly, I'm just gonna say it works that way, even if it doesn't specify, because it's dumb that it doesn't. I hate all those like spells like elemental weapons. Like, yeah, it doesn't work on a magic weapon. you can't cast rules as written.
Okay.
It requires a
does.
non-magic weapon.
Okay. It only doesn't give you the bonus if it already has
Right.
a bonus.
Like it doesn't stack an additional +1
Yes.
onto an existing like bonus magic attack and damage bonus.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah,
you now have a
we will
+1 longbow that also does an extra D4 of psychic damage and can cast dominate persons. Pretty nifty.
Yes.
Pretty
So,
great.
there we go.
Nice. So you have face planted on the ground. Bart, we're doing kind of like a very loose initiative kind of thing going on here. What are
How
you
big is
doing?
this window?
Not massive, big enough to squeeze through, like a person.
For a person to jump through? Is
Yeah.
it big enough for a squirrel and a halfling to squeeze through?
I mean, she's medium. You might have to squeeze out like behind her.
She doesn't have a saddle line, so it's a matter of me just holding on tight.
Okay, so you're just trying to yeet out on Brila after Julian.
Yeah. Not like jumping off. We're gonna take it slow and steady. We're gonna crawl
You
down. and
climb
I'm
down.
just
Okay, so basically, okay, so you're basically using your turn to mount Brila and get down the side. So we'll say basically your turn ends at the bottom where Julian has face planted. Julian, I assume you stand up.
Oh, does Julian stand
Yeah,
up?
I'm assuming
Yes.
you get up.
Yeah, he hits and like immediately scrambles to his feet and
Between
stunning.
you getting up out of a bed, getting out of the window, falling prone again, and standing up, that's basically all your movement. You may move like maybe
Okay.
like 5-10 extra feet.
Did he see Jakob?
I guess Julian
Roll.
never technically got up from prone, he just immediately jumped out.
I think it's kind of required. You have to be up
Right.
in order to.
He just rolled out of the window.
Window's not that easily accessible. Calm down.
Grasshopper spring just
Yeah.
launched directly from bed through window.
Go ahead and roll a perception
Yeah.
check for me. We'll kind of let it
Let's
mix.
not get a 2 on the dice.
Roll it
please.
at disadvantage for me.
Okay. Fuck. That was a 19.
We're gonna see because this is a pretty lots of shanty buildings. We'll see if you can catch a glimpse.
15.
15. At this time, you don't see Jakob.
I would say that I grabbed my backpack and shield, but I have no armor.
So, do you have at least your shield, or are you just stark
Yeah,
nude?
My
On-
backpack
on
and
real-
shield, but I have no
Okay.
armor.
But you have no armor on, so you currently have what, a 14 AC?
Something terrible. Yeah, 14.
Gotcha. All right. So that is kind of what y'all have done. You're now outside on the opposite side of the building from where Jakob would have exited. Jakob, I'm sorry, you're just straight beelining. Outta here.
Yes, while yelling into the headset. Gloob, goddammit, pick up.
Are you yelling audibly?
It's telepathic.
Purely
I
telepathic.
forgot it's telepathic.
So you are
Are
loudly
you doing
calling.
both?
Are you doing both?
Let's see.
He just
Uh,
hears Jakob in the background.
Bam! Fuck!
yes.
So you're yelling out loud. Okay, what are you saying exactly?
Just think of Gloob. Gloob. What's going on? Where are you?
Okay.
And sprinting. So,
Okay. All right. Okay. So you're running. What's that, Bart?
So do we? I mean, would I hear that?
I will say that with your passive perception, you do faintly hear Jakob yelling, "Gloob, Gloob, where are you? What's happening?" Like vaguely in the distance, heading towards the island.
Hey, I hear him over there. He's yelling for glue.
Okay. Jakob, you're just continuing to beeline. You're getting. To clarify, you don't know exactly where Gloob is. Where are you going? I can't remember. Gloob, did you tell him roundabouts which district?
I just said I was going out.
When you talked to him before, when you talked to him at the very end, when you told him about the chain planks. Do you remember if you told him where, like, directionally you were from him?
I think I did actually, because I described it like a star. Or I can't remember if I was clarifying for myself or telling him. I don't know.
We'll say you know,
don't
like,
remember.
vague direction. You know he's kind of like diagonally from you, like somewhere that way. You don't know exactly where, but you know somewhere on the docks. That's where the chain planks is located in that way. Which, I mean,
All right.
to be fair, Prospero also kind of told you guys roundabouts where it was for you to avoid it. But that's neither here nor there at this time. So,
Diagonality.
so are you heading to him along the docks, or are you cutting through the island?
Probably through the island.
Okay. You're hustling. Question, are you stopping for anybody if they try to stop you?
If it's anybody from Artois' ship, yes.
This would not be anybody from Artois' ship. Okay. We're just kind of, as you're first starting off, you're getting the attention of some drunk people. So maybe some, like, even as you're young, people are like, well, what's wrong with him? I don't know. Buddy, just, like, maybe some people that would, if they were a little more handle of themselves, trying to be helpful. Few people that just kind of shoving back at you as you're shoving past them. But there is a couple of individuals that seem to be sober and kind of walking around. That seem to be kind of looking. You see him like before you go hauling ass past him, like nudging a guy, making sure he's not dead. Before kind of moving along, and as you go blowing past them, yelling out loud into the earpiece, one of them just says, "Hey! Hey, what are you doing?" And you just fucking haul past them. Probably not long afterwards. Let's see. We'll see. Leave this up. How much do they care? Actually, we'll do these ones. Jakob, high, low.
Hi.
Always high. Those particular individuals don't seem to think it's worth their while to pursue you. So, you are just hauling ass. You've got about 2-ish rounds of movement. You're starting to get into your third. Bart and Julian. Bart, you're hearing him in the distance. The distance growing between where you hear him yelling and where you and Julian are right now. What are you two doing?
Would Julian know would Bart know, having spent all this time with Julian, if Julian seems to be faster in the water or out? I'm assuming he's faster in the water by far.
You know he is in possession of a Cloak of the Manta Ray, which is
that's
much
right.
faster in the water.
Yeah. Also,
In that
you literally just saw him torpedo through the water in the last fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know what type of magic stuff I could just be.
You were present when the Cloak of the Manta Ray was explained, so you know it makes an individual much faster in the water.
In that case, I will cast Expeditious Retreat on me and Brila. And we're gonna fucking go.
Okay.
Hold on tight.
Okay, so Brila is moving at 120 feet around with Expeditious Retreat on. She has no saddle.
Yeah.
I want you to go ahead and roll an athletics check for me to hold on.
All right. 16.
16. For the moment, you're on. With only a 16, though, it is taking everything you have to stay on her right now. Like, full concentration.
Okay.
So, I'm going to go ahead and say you're not just disadvantaged, you're, like, incapable of searching for Jakob while you're riding her at this moment. Like, as you first take off that initial burst of speed, you're just kind of heading in that general direction you heard him. Or unless you're choosing a different direction.
Yeah, I'll just make a beeline for that, and then probably after that first round, I would stop and try to reorient on the sound, wherever it might be at that point.
Okay. So, beelining. Julian, what are you doing? You stood up from your face plant, kind of, wiping some blood off of your nose. You're running?
You said I didn't see him, so I don't have a way to orient outside of finding.
Yeah, and with your passive perception, I will say you didn't hear him either when he first yelled.
I pointed a direction, and you just saw me.
So did you point directly towards him, or kind of towards the island?
I pointed towards the voice.
Just towards the sound of the voice. So yeah, you just seen where Bart kind of pointed, and where him and Brila just kind of torpedoed off. You do not keep up.
I figured not.
So 60 feet of movement, moving in that same direction. Brila kind of, y'all were at the same place. Brila goes, "Meow," and you go with little human legs. Okay. Okay.
And let me know if at any point I get eyes on Jakob.
Okay. You're gonna be working off your passive perception, unless you use an action to search for him.
Right. Yeah.
Are you using an action to search for him?
No, he's hauling ass in the direction.
You
like
do
said,
not see him.
Okay.
especially if you're just sticking to the ground. If you're just running along the docks, do not see him at this juncture.
Oh yeah, certainly wouldn't be able to see him if I was in the water, right?
Correct. So, okay. Bart. Jakob, I'm assuming you're just moving another 90 feet, correct? Okay. Few more people kind of exclaiming and stuff, and nobody else calls out to you this go around. We're kind of doing this in kind of chunks, just for the record. We're gonna kind of abbreviate this a little bit. Another 90 feet. Bart, if you're assuming you're you're taking a moment to kind of try to get a hold of your surroundings.
Yeah.
To try to search for him. Jakob, are you still yelling? Like, still getting nothing, still yelling. Okay.
I would. This is the third or fourth round of yelling.
I guess it depends. When did you start yelling? Like, when you first started running, or like after you got out the door?
Once I got out the door.
So you've probably been yelling for like 2.5 rounds.
Okay. Next round also.
Okay. So, Bart, you made up for some ground. I'll say you can still faintly hear his voice as he's just shouting, and probably like a bit of a string of you see people who are kind of still kind of displaced, and you hear some talking about, yeah, that dude in the armor was running. He must have had somewhere to be. As you're kind of coming skidding up, you can still kind of hear him in the distance. Are you just you're continuing to pursue, I assume?
You said that a lot of the buildings and stuff for here are like kind of crammed in next to each other
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
A lot of crammed close together, like awkward angles in some places, like weird, like catty corner where there's like little tiny slipways that have become very regular, like paths just to slip, like as like little tiny alleys and stuff like that.
Do these things seem stable at all? As far as
I'm trying to think.
a vantage for a medium squirrel running across shanty rooftops.
I mean, roll for architecture. Like straight in check.
17 plus whatever.
17 plus your bonus. Now
I don't have an engineering or architecture.
That's just straight intelligence. Yeah, so 18 intelligence. I mean, you're not wearing your armor right now. It'd probably be fine for most of them.
Sure. We're going up.
Getting up on the roof. Like, at the very least, like the whole thing will fall in. The whole things will fall in.
Right. I'm doing a quick little mental prayer to Sorrel Lily that Brila's feet and claws are sure, and if something's structurally unsound, we're on it for such a swift amount of time that it doesn't fully collapse.
Okay. Brila does have a climb speed, so we will forego checks for her climbing up onto these buildings. Definitely some yelling from inside as a medium-sized creature goes climbing up on these buildings. Okay, so Brilla's getting up top, trying to get you a vantage. Are you trying to like use an action to look for Jakob, or are you just gonna keep trying to go by ear until you just happen to get a visual on him?
I kind of have a basic direction, so you just beelining it once we get up there. I heard that he seems to be going in whatever direction. You said I still heard him faintly. So.
Yeah, it still sounds like, you can still hear him. You may have like gained a little bit of ground. You're not quite sure, but it seems to be still moving in the direction of like towards the island.
Right.
Probably.
And I am confident in Brila's capacity to jump.
Okay.
If there gaps need to be made in between buildings and stuff like that. So.
Question: are you stopping if anybody tries to stop you?
Hopefully no one's going to be on a roof trying to stop me, but
people can see you.
Oh yeah, well, fucking good luck catching me, losers.
Okay.
No, I mean, I know that things are going to be far worse than what would be the equivalent of like jaywalking, if Jakob or whatever's going on, or if Gloob's in trouble, or it. Yeah.
Okay.
These
It's the
consequences are a
equivalent-
drop in the bucket.
It's the
comparatively.
equivalent of you being like a parent and someone goes, "Oh my God, what happened to your kid?" and then ran out the room like, "What do you mean?"
Right.
and pulled out an axe when they did it. So, a little bit not worried about the laws of the land so much right now. Or people are like, "Hey, you made."
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I was given a cardinal direction of where the slave pits were, right?
Well, you know the slave pits were on the island, like in the middle.
But no cardinal direction.
You just know it's on the island.
Okay.
Island
wouldn't have
is
known a cardinal
not
direction.
big.
Well,
Yeah.
I was talking about like Artois when he was giving us.
He just said it
like,
was-
Hey,
he-
stay away from like the northwest part of the island or something.
He just said that the fighting pits were more or less in the middle.
I'll remember to ask for cardinal direction from now on. I guess.
I like once again, the island is not big. The vast majority of Hull's Hearth, like percentage-wise, like 80% of Hull's Hearth is artificial. It is like all these like this absolute spider web of docks and really, really not OSHA compliant construction.
Okay.
So, Bart,
I assume I'm going to need another athletics check. I roll a natural 1, but yay, halfling. Rerolled it
Phenomenal.
again to a 19, so I imagine there's
Okay.
some hop along the way that I just go, "Oh shit!"
Whoa.
And Breela's like, "Tail? There
Woo.
you go, get back up
Yeah.
on there."
get you back on there. As you guys are running along, pair of dudes who don't seem to be drunk call out to you.
What do they say?
Just, the hell are you doing running around up there?
Sorry.
Just yell sorry.
Yeah.
I
I'm-
yeah, you don't really get a check off that. Just saying sorry.
It's like, I
Okay.
apologize. I'm not fleeing. I'm not,
Okay.
like
Once again, high low.
me.
Yes.
Oh yeah, always fine.
Okay. Oh God, there went a D10. Yeah. You hear them yelling and starting to run after you.
Shit.
Question real quick, what's Breela's AC?
Oh gosh. Okay. Let me look it up. It's not high. It's like 12 or 13 or something like that.
Okay.
Are they? Are they? Am I being attacked?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
I just want to go ahead and know.
Yeah, 13.
Kind of the deal y'all are running into with any of these guys that are out here on the docks is really if they give a shit or if they give enough of a shit to deal to pursue or think that you may be worth pursuing. Those guys just watched one guy go hauling ass past and just kind of shrugged it off when he ignored them. Now this is a dude riding a giant fuck off squirrel going in the same direction. Seems to have gotten their attention a little bit more, for the moment at least. So, those guys are hauling ass. Julian, are you just another 60 feet trying to keep up in that same direction?
I honestly don't know what else I could do. Because even burning spell slots, I would only make the same amount of progress as them.
Yeah, you may be able to get up high, or it's up to you, man. You just tell me what you want to do.
Can I tell about how far ahead of me Jakob is at this moment?
Roll a perception check for me.
That's better. 16 this time.
He's gotten farther ahead of you. You don't hear him. You're not sure. You know the general direction he was going.
You did.
Trying to head in the same direction as the squirrel, since I'm assuming Bart will have a better
Yeah, you
view than
know
I
for a fact Brielle is faster and
Yeah.
can climb on things. So you're just kind of hauling ass as much as you can.
Yeah. Heading in a squirrel-esque direction.
Right. Still continuing kind of in the direction of the island. Okay. That's where we're gonna go ahead and do a quick swap of POV, as we've kind of started to set the stage for what is going on in this area.
Shit.
we got all these sounds of people going on here. We gotta turn that down. There's not really many people around here. So Gloob, as we come back around, we are you have taken your earpiece out, having told Jacob that you were just going to sit tight and keep an eye on things. What are you doing?
So I see in front of me a cage with about 20 humanoids, you said.
You have about 5 cages, 20 humanoids spread throughout the 5.
Gotcha. I am going to continue my stealth right up to the cages and try to find someone that is still awake at this point.
Okay, you're just trying to find someone who's awake still, which you had a stealth of 27 at the end of last session. Oh, let's see if anybody's still awake. Looks like there's one person that still is kind of barely awake. Seems to be having a hard time sleeping in that open. I mean, it's not cold. It's pretty warm in a tropical area, but
right.
not really much in the way of bedding. So.
Okay. Before I get up to them, I'm gonna scan my immediate surroundings and see if I see boats, rafts, whatever I see on the docks right here, nearby.
Okay, roll a quick perception check for me.
Okay. Natural 2 for 6 total.
You're not quite sure. From where you're at, the chain planks are a little bit in from the very edge. It looks like they're not far. Like you don't have to go far from where the boats can dock to get to here. Maybe for just ease of unloading and loading. But you're not quite sure. It's getting later in the night. It looks like maybe where the boats would be is a little beyond the range of your dark vision at this time, so you're not quite sure.
Okay.
Nice big cloud kind of slid over the moon around the time you started to look.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna sneak up and around the cages, have the hunter's coat around and hood of it up, and just swing around to this person that I see is still awake.
Mm-hmm. Right, and as you swing around and you look at it, it's a kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of calico colored tabaxi. Not a race you're familiar with. It's probably you've never seen a tabaxi before. Quite possibly, I would imagine. You've probably seen a couple wandering around here in Hull's Hearth, just as and moving around. So not the very first tabaxi you've ever seen, but unfamiliar to you. Kind of calico coloring, medium build, lithe, but well muscled, and just some kind of tattered remains of some clothes. Definitely lots of wear and tear, but it's just kind of eyes half open, just kind of leaned up against the bars. Are you revealing yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna walk up and just put my fingers over my lips so you can see at least that.
He jumps when you first kind of pop out and kind of but gathers himself quickly after the fact, kind of glancing around.
I'm gonna immediately look around and do I see anybody else other than these guys?
Right this moment, you can kind of see people in the distance.
Mm.
Like, like I said, you've moved away kind of from like the center of the nightlife. Like there's not people aren't really hanging out at the chain planks to have a good time in the evening. And you don't see anybody kind of in the immediate area right this moment.
Before I even speak, I'm going to look behind me at the docks and just identify a place that I can spring to pretty quickly and crawl under a dock if I need to and like hide.
Easiest thing in the world. There are plenty of holes and things in the construction where you'd be kind of able to slip down and underneath.
Okay. Can you understand me?
Good question. Oh God. Yes.
I will say for all of this, I'm going to speak loud enough to where the
Yeah,
mic
yeah, no.
hears
I'm
that
assuming
I understand.
that you are low tones, absolutely.
Right. Are any of you injured?
Just kind of looks at you. Who are you?
I'm a friend.
Roll
friend
persuasion
that-
check.
Oh, okay. Can I say the next part of what I'm going to say?
Sure. Yeah, as a part of that statement, yeah.
A friend that's trying to get you out of here.
Definitely roll a persuasion check.
$14.
14. He looks wary. I know where I am. Why would anybody here be wanting to free us?
I'm not from here.
Then how'd you get here?
We don't have a lot of time. Okay. There are guards up there. They've already spotted me once. I was able to sneak away. I have something that can get you out of these, and I'll sort of eye the cages immediately. But you and everybody else needs to be ready to go. I don't know where, and I don't know how. I have some weapons for you, but that's about it.
Roll another persuasion check.
Dice gods, please.
I keep smacking my desk.
30-20.
30-20. Okay. He kind of looks over his shoulder again, kind of further onto the island. Can't say that I really want to stick around here. And he seems to be working it over in his head. He kind of looks over at him. I don't think any major injuries. It's scrapes and sunburns, and probably could use with a couple solid meals for everybody.
I'm going to go ahead and let you know what your options are, because neither of them are great right now, as far as escaping goes. One, I let you out right now, get all of you out of here, and you try to leave. You try to get far, far away. You steal a boat. You leave here tonight while there's no one around. The other option is I come back tomorrow and try to buy you. And I don't know how well that works. I only have around 2,000 gold, and I don't know how many that gets.
He kind of shrugs.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's why I said neither of these are good options.
I don't know where we'd go.
Neither do I. But you know, well, to be fair, you don't know where you're going to go staying right here either. So your future is pretty unsure regardless of what you do right now. how much you want to risk, but it's your life and it's your choice, not someone else's, and that's what's important.
Just kind of rubs his face, scratches at his chin a little bit. Without a plan, this is tantamount to suicide. This is an island. I know who owns it. Sea princes haven't done as well as they have by being forgiving. But like you said, each person's choice.
Wake him up.
Here you go. Only got a couple in mind. Just kind of nudges. A couple people just kind of. Are you just trying to get everybody awake?
Yeah, I'll just start nudging people as well. Generally, like as they sort of rouse,
Okay.
I'll give them the same thing as quickly as I can.
So you kind of are able to get everybody awake about over the next, like quietly, about over the next minute or so. You still hear people in the distance. Maybe getting a little closer, you're not quite sure. You don't see anybody beelining for you quite yet. Are you just going to try to give basically the same speech to everybody?
Yeah, I'll say as quietly as I can, get them all grouped up, like on the edges of their cages as much
Right.
as they can, and say, give them the same choice. I'll give you the same choice. I can free you tonight. The docks are right here. You can find a boat, you can steal it, and you can go somewhere. I don't know what your skill sets are. I have a couple of weapons, so you can take the boat. The other option is I could try to come back tomorrow and I try to buy as many of you as I can with 2,000 gold, and I don't know what that gets me. The third option is you stay in this cage and you don't know what happens to you tomorrow or the next day. Everyone deserves a choice.
So you're giving them 3 choices. Does Gloob want them? Are you trying to nudge them towards any particular?
I don't think so. I think Gloob really just wants the choice to be theirs. Whether they stay here or go or try to get bought. Like,
Mhm.
I don't think Gloob's trying to absolutely. I think he'll be surprised if he gets a different answer, but I don't think that's even really an option.
Right.
That he's really considering. He thinks that they're going to choose either buying tomorrow or being freed tonight.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. I do want you to roll 1 persuasion check for me. Basically to convince them that you're legit. Also, I think you can vaguely hear my AC unit, so I'm just going to hit this button real quick. Because I wasn't thinking.
Okay. Let's see. Persuasion, right?
Correct. You still get your D4.
I'm just not proficient in it, so it doesn't matter. 8.
Roll it at advantage for me, because you did successfully convince that first guy. And I'll say he's kind of putting in a good word for you, kind of like this guy seems like he actually wants to help. Doesn't seem like a test.
At advantage, it is a 21.
Okay. Much better. You see a lot of people that are a lot of faces that woke up and they didn't immediately freak out. Kind of as you woke people up, the neighbors helped kind of keep them hushed because there were not anybody immediately around. It was just you. A lot of faces that went from very, very, very scared and untrusting, like mixtures of all these things. Some people that looked like angry, all kind, but all just a very layered on top of just distrust, kind of sugarcoating the top. All those faces kind of that melting away as you conclude the options you're giving them. But still, that fear, the anger, the uncertainty, a lot of just mixtures of all of that, probably some grief mixed in there. And let's see what general responses are. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Out of the 20. Well, I guess we'll get a specific number now. We said 20s-ish before. We'll do a nice little one of you to say where in there we fall. Okay. This accurately is about 26 individuals are in these cages collectively. Out of that, 11 of them seem to be kind of voice that they'd rather take their chances now. The other 15 kind of voicing similar concerns to the first tabaxi of where would we go? Without knowing where we can go, we might as well be killing ourselves. Like, and these seem to be a lot of these more individuals that are uncertain and scared, whereas those 11 that seem to have chosen that they would rather get out now and take the chance are a lot more those ones that are angry.
I spent 4 days listening to Artois and his first mate direct their crew. In what direction were we going? Would you say I'd have a pretty good idea of what direction Saltmarsh is from here? Cardinal direction.
You did. You spent a lot of your travel sitting there and listening to them as you guys were directions, as he was directing the crew and everything. Roll a survival check for me at advantage.
Not great. 13.
13. Very vaguely. You can't give them really a specific direction, but you kind of know, like, that way, somewhere in this, like, cone that gets vastly bigger the farther away from Hull's Hearth you get.
But I know somewhere to the southeast,
like,
or whatever the case is.
It'd be more of like between with a 13, somewhere between, like, it'd be more of like somewhere between the southeast and south by southwest. Somewhere in that angle.
Okay.
Somewhere in there will eventually get you to Keeland, to Saltmarsh, that coast.
If I hear that, I'll like they're asking where we go. I'll see south from here, southeast by southwest. Just
you get a lot of them of they're not sure how they would get a vessel. This is a lot of could we even take a vessel? You kind of gather from because there's some conversations that are going back and forth. They all do seem to be warriors of varying degrees.
right.
There seem to be a couple that are a little more sure of themselves, where there are some that kind of listen to them talk. They seem a lot like some of the guys from Saltmarsh, like some of the militia. The skill varies.
I'm gonna look and see if I see any guards getting closer.
Roll a perception check for me.
22.
It does look like you as you're looking, it does look like you see a pair that are starting to kind of wind their way. You see them not because they're like getting super close up, but as they're heading in this general direction, you see them kind of winding around one of the shanty shacks, like one of the shacks, kind of going around, and you see them disappear back around the corner of the next one, but moving this general direction. I'll say with perception of 22, you gather that like it looks like maybe it's a patrol and maybe they're heading this way. Odds are good.
How long do I think I have?
Minute and a half, maybe. Depends on if they get held up by anything.
I don't have much time. Your odds of success here are higher if you all go together. I don't have a lot of control over what I open with this, so if a cage is open, it's open. I need to know an answer. If all of you, I'll give daggers to the ones that I can fight. But all of you, Glue can't count well. All of you are better than half of you.
Let me check something here. So you're leaving this to talk among themselves,
Yeah.
just to
Glue
convince each other.
Glue won't wait very long before he chimes back in.
Like they do start going back and forth. Woo, God, Jesus! I'm just gonna throw d20s tonight. Neither side, at least initially, with before you chime in, really seeming to get an advantage over the other. I don't know where that went. I'll find it later. Just hush whispering back and forth. Some that like I said, like those that wish to go now seeming to be more aggressive in their talking, and you do hear some of them kind of talk about. If my fate is to die on this fucking island, I'd rather die killing as many of them fuckers as I can take with me. And things along those lines. It looks like those guys don't necessarily seem to think their chances are any better. They're just pissed. And would rather, if they're going to die fighting something, they'd rather die fighting their captors. But it does not seem to be going anywhere after about how long you said it, because you have about somewhere in a minute and a half. How long are you waiting before you say something?
Like 10 seconds. Not long.
About 10 seconds pass. This kind of whispered debate. Nobody seeming to notice as of yet. But they don't. After those 10 seconds, they don't seem to have come to a decision. Collectively.
Listen to me. All of you, now. You have to come together for right now. Collectively make a decision. All together. Now. Either you take your chances, I'm going to come back tomorrow and buy as many as I can. Or you go wherever they're taking you. Now.
Hear one of the voices from the aggressive side. How are you going to decide who to buy?
I don't know that. I wish you wouldn't put me in that position, so I would like for you to make the decision to go tonight.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check.
Yeah.
I'm going to say you have advantage one way or the other, because regardless of which side you're arguing, you have support.
The first roll was a natural 20 for a 22 total.
Okay. So with and that's including your D4? You got a 1 on it? Fair enough. So, as you're saying this, you're starting to hear distant kind of banter back and forth between those two guys that seem to be heading this way. And you say this, you see the group that were not wanting to go, kind of looking over at and they're all kind of spread out. That's part of the problem here. Is that these 11? It's not like they're all in their one cage. It's the whole issue like you were talking about. You can't pick and choose what you open with the dust of corrosion. So it's all kind of spread out and mixed together.
Right.
But as those that didn't want to go tonight start looking at those that were wanting to go, and hearing you say that and thinking about everything that you said and kind of the general idea of what awaits them, you just see a wave of resolve kind of wash over everybody here. Because they'll just kind of nod, looking to that dude who had spoken up, asking who you were going to decide who to buy. Who is, for the record, big dude. Looks like a pretty big guy. Looks pretty confident. You just hear a few murmurs of assent of just kind of better to take our chances now. And maybe it'll work out, maybe it won't, but better than having to guess every day. And similar sentiments being voiced kind of throughout the 5 cages. Like I said, those voices are starting to get closer. What do you do?
Act like you're asleep, all of you, now. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to duck in that little, like, under the dock where I said stick there to the underside of the dock and just hide and try to wait for them to pass by.
Okay. So everybody just kind of settles down and just kind of goes back to being asleep. Some better than others, but it looks like a few that are doing a little better than the others just kind of like headlock or just kind of do something, kind of just to make it look a little less obvious that they're faking. And these guys do creep up. Roll another stealth check for me.
Okay.
What's that check?
14.
14. Oh, gosh darn it. Trying to write shit down. So as these guys first walk up, they start kind of pacing around. These guys look like a couple of pirates. Clearly not intoxicated and armed and armored. At this time, neither of them heavily, both seem to be wearing studded leather, with a blade and hand crossbows on their kind of as their accoutrement. As they just kind of start walking, they pacing around starting to kind of up on the side and going up and around all the chain planks themselves and kind of looping back around as they pass closer to the cages. I mean, y'all can fake being asleep all you want. Doesn't change nothing. We won't bother you, though. Don't worry. Wouldn't do any good. Doesn't help anybody. So you can see kind of some eyes open, not responding. Well, hell. Turns and looks around. Passes over the gap where you're kind of underneath holding onto the bottom. And passes back. Down. Hey, what are you doing down there? Starts walking towards the gap in the planks where you ducked down. What are you doing?
He is clearly seeing that it's someone.
Correct. He looked at you, said that, and started walking towards you. And his buddy didn't seem to notice, but after he was kind of looking at and talking at the prisoners, and then shortly after turns and starts following him as well.
Fuck. shit, I don't know what to do. Holy fuck. Okay, I am going to no, he said he's already looked at, like directly at me.
Gotta make a decision, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I know it's stressful.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
Don't worry, no one will recognize you.
I know there's a lot of sitting on your fingers for the rest of you guys, but his stuff is happening right this moment. The stuff going on with you guys is a little longer term, so we kind of need to know what's happening over here before we proceed too far with what's going on with the three of you.
I'm gonna like unstick from the bottom side of the dock, and
Are you going back on top, or are you dropping down into the water when you're saying you're unsticking?
no, I'm gonna bet on the. I'm gonna bet on. Wait a minute. I have spells.
Invisibility. And whatever the other one's called, I can't remember off the top of my head.
I have spells. This changes. I think. Can I kind of want to like mimic it being a fish or some sort of water creature. So whatever check you want to try doing that, I'm going to like splash and wriggle in the water down below the dock.
Are you dropping down into it?
Yeah, I'll drop
Okay.
down into the water, and when I do, I'll cast invisibility. And I will try to like act like it was some sort of sea life. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Roll a deception check
Ooh,
at disadvantage.
That's fair.
Because he was looking at you. Like he had noticed your hiding spot and seen you.
The dice hate me right now. He's got to roll an insight check, right?
Yeah.
His DC is 9.
Okay.
Dice gods, please. He's dumb. He's real dumb.
Fortunately, that's a 19 on the dice. You are invisible, though.
Mm-hmm.
So you fall down and splash, start wriggling and splashing around. Immediately, you hear 2 pairs of feet speed up from where they were kind of walking in your direction to running and looking down. You're not stealthed right now, but you are invisible.
Mm-hmm.
So, what does that make the DC to see you? Is my question here. I don't think anything's ever clarified about passive stealth.
If it's
5th
the
edition.
same rules of passive perception,
Yeah.
it's a 26. Right?
26.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 21. My bad. I was at my dexterity.
Yeah.
test.
That's what I was like.
20.
Huh? But you're also splashing and making commotion. So we'll kind of. We're just going to see how high they roll for the moment.
Right.
So they step up and you can see them kind of wreathed in what little light there is kind of going on up there, looking down. And you can see in the silhouettes that both of them have drawn their hand crossbows.
Okay.
Looking down. All right, you want to hide? That's fine. Are you just gonna keep on splashing, out of curiosity?
He's seen me. The ruse is up.
Yeah, you've seen they've looked down and they're kind of pointing, like you can see them kind of pointing the hand crossbow down there. They don't seem to see exactly where you are because of your invisibility. Though, like they can see there's movement and stuff down there, but they don't see you.
I'm gonna pop up, drop
Okay.
invisibility, and say, "You fucking scared me."
So you're just down in the water.
Yep. I'm gonna climb up onto the dock.
Hey, that water's really gross. Just for the record. So you climb up as you're kind of uninvisibility and start to climb up. Not very many good reasons to be sneaking around the chain planks this time of night. What are you doing?
Planned on being here tomorrow.
Roll. Are you looking to buy?
Yeah.
Go get her. You kind of climb up, looking at you.
I'm not in my best right now. You scared me into the shit water, so I apologize. But here, maybe this will ease your troubles for the night. I'll pull out. Ah, fuck these guys. I'll pull out
Hand grenades.
hand grenades and guns.
Holy shit.
100 gold each.
You just pull out 200 gold pieces.
Let's see. For the fright. On both your parts.
Since you were trying to bribe them, I'm going to say roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
This is a straight roll.
Interesting.
Because though you're trying to bribe them, you went from trying to be not shady at all to going, yeah, I'm doing shady shit and I want you to go away.
That's fair. It's not going to get any better if,
God damn, I'm just going to knee the shit out of my fucking desk like every 30 seconds today.
13 total.
13 total. You're kind of trying to scoop these 200 gold at them. Well, I gotta say, that seems like a bit of overcompensation, don't you think? Yeah, I do. What do we
Alright.
need this for?
Am I not buying tonight?
Nah, the plank's open during the day.
They could be open right now, right? I could buy it before I have any other competition.
Well, maybe if you were buying from us. What my companion here means is they don't belong to us. And
Oh.
while we do a lot of stealing, I would assume you're familiar, unless you're not from around here, that we do our best not to do too much stealing from each other. I would have thought you'd have known that.
Why would you think that?
Well, we try to make sure everybody knows pretty soon after they get here to keep from having misunderstandings.
That's fair. I missed the orientation class.
So when did you get here to Hull's Hearth? What captain you under? Or one of these vessels belong to you?
Not yet. One day. Maybe.
I'm ambitious, that's good. So who you work for now?
It's me, man. That's all.
Big Island, so I don't know everybody, but if you're new, I mean, especially if you're an up and comer, princes always want to keep an eye out. Hell, maybe
Sure.
you could work for, become one of the right hands, like good Garmesh, big guy, little. You probably be a bit different captain than him. He's a big fella. That's where everybody's trying to shoot anyway. Nice cushy spot.
Nice cushy spot.
Yeah.
Being in his position?
Oh yeah. All the benefits.
Everybody
Here,
gunning for you.
everybody gunning for you, yeah. Gunning for your position. Nobody really trying to take him on himself. He enough people seen what happens when someone tries. Not a good strategy. But, well, hell. Sorry to disappoint you.
No worries. I'll be back here tomorrow.
Sure. I wish you all the luck. Kind of looks over. There's some good pickings in there. You probably get yourself a good reputation if you pick a good one, spend the right money.
Speaking of spend the right money, what does a good fighter go for?
A good one?
Yeah, like the big guy right here.
Kind of looks over at the guy you're talking about. Oh man. Well, let's see. I've been here for a while, so I got a pretty good eye. I'd say him right there. Hey, you. Where are you from? I know you're not asleep. Wake up. Kind of sits up. He's kind of like trying to surreptitiously like cut his eyes over to you. Kind of slowly stands up. Pirate walks over to him and kind of looks him over. So where'd you say you're from? From, says some town that you don't recognize because I don't have lore for these dudes written up. What'd you do there? I was mercenary that lived around those parts. Ah. Looks him over a little bit more. Mercenary, so worked by himself most of the time. Means he had to be pretty competent. Just guessing without speaking to who brought him in for further details. I say maybe he could go from anywhere between 2 and 500 gold pieces, just based on like his build and everything. He's a pretty big fella. Looks like well muscled. Got some good experience. I will just go ahead and remind you. Not much anybody looks like they're in as good of fighting shape as this guy. He looks probably like the most competent fellow in the bunch.
Right.
As much as I would love to give, help a first timer out with a little bit of inside knowledge. Night grows late. If you want to be here bright and early, make sure you get your pick.
Did they start early in the morning?
Early-ish. You can probably start around 8 o'clock, maybe a little later. Before it gets too hot out. People don't like to have to stand around the sun during the noon. If they can avoid it anyway.
That's fair. DM, can I size these guys up?
How are you trying to do so? You don't. I'm not gonna let you kind of do about the same thing Yak would do as class ability. So what are you trying to get out of this?
Do these guys? I mean, I think what I'm looking for is can I one-shot one of them? That'd be the information I'd like to get.
I'm gonna say that's not really information you can get.
Okay.
That would kind of be doing a disservice to Jakob, because that's kind of a very core part of the subclass ability that he's got,
Right.
to
Right.
be able to get information like that. I'd say you could do like an insight check to kind of like see how confident these guys seem. It's probably about the best you're gonna get, and or if they seem like they're aggressive and stuff. That'd be the kind of information I would allow you to get with like an ability check
16.
for an insight. I'm just gonna go ahead and say they don't seem like entirely like they trust you. They still being real weird around here, but you've said things that seem to have generally appeased them. But they do seem to be kind of like they're trying to shuffle you along. They seem confident in their ability, but how confident that is, I mean, Artois looked very confident in his ability. That random ass guards have looked very confident in their ability. You don't really know how they'll stack up against yourself. I mean, you're very confident in your abilities. At this point, you've faced trials and tribulations many a time. So
They've seen my face, so if I do this, they're gonna know exactly who it is.
these guys are both kind of facing you. You have 5 cages of people that you just convinced to break out. That you,
Right.
in the various junctures, all seem to be staring at this conversation going on. So
I can't let them. If they're all, especially if they're looking at me expectantly.
I mean, I won't say expectantly. They're looking.
Right.
It's a lot of roll a quick insight check for me once more before you start rolling attack rolls. I don't want this to feel like I'm trying to pressure you into making aggressive action. You just see a bunch of eyes, because once the jig was up that they weren't asleep and they kind of heard what was being talked about and they were trying to shuffle you along, they are all looking in the direction. I won't say you can't really tell whether they're expectant or understanding. You just see eyes in the dark.
How do you know if they're worth it or not? Just by looking at them.
Dude just kind of looks back over his shoulder. Well, I mean, when you've been here for long enough, you see some of the fights. You kind of just get a feel for like seeing the physical attributes, kind of about how good they'll be. It's not foolproof for sure, but you gotta generally, the
Do they
people who
show off at all? While they're being sold? Do they lift heavy stuff? Do they work with a weapon or anything?
they'll show them off where you tell you where they got them and kind of what profession they seem to perform. Funny as it may sound, a little bit of honor among thieves, as it were, and try not to screw anybody over, because if you do, they'll know you did it, and you probably won't get a chance to do it again. So bad business practice to lie.
Big fella, stand up.
Dude's already stood up. He had stood up when the
He
guy had
stood
kind of called him. Yeah, he called him because he wanted to look him over.
Hold out your forearms.
Dude's just kind of looking at you. You're trying to get him to put his arms through the bars.
He doesn't have to. I'm
Okay.
just trying to get him to hold out his arms.
Yeah, he
That's
just
who the
kinda-
bars are fine.
Is looking at you, just kind of holding. The 2 guys are just looking at you. Look, I know you're really fiending.
As a dude, I'd like to try to slide hand him a dagger if I could.
Okay, roll a sleight of hand.
30-20.
Cocked. Okay. You palm it to him. 2 guys don't seem to notice. Not right now, anyway. You get it into his hand, and dude just kind of tries to fold a finger down onto it to like hold it in his palm, like.
You see back where-
With a natural 20, he palms the shit out of it. What were you saying?
You see, back where I'm from, you check forearms and wrists, ankles even, a lot of manacle wear for someone that's been chained up a long time against their will, you know? It's
Can't
a
say I
sign
really
that
see how that helps with
it's a
spot
sign
fighters.
that someone's been kept in a cage for a really long time or worked to death or just kept somewhere that they really just didn't need to be, right?
Sure.
What do you think about it? Like, you got people in a cage right here suffering, right?
Just kind of looks at him, shrugs. Suppose so, but I mean, just the way things, you know? Way it is sometimes.
It is sometimes. I thought that way for a long time myself. It did. Because it was my way of things. I didn't know any better. There are places without this. Can I get one insight check on these guys to see if they are just stone faced in the face, like of me calling them out on this being a horrible thing, or if there's any
Roll an
sort of
insight
waiver?
check. Roll insight check.
7.
You're not quite sure. They just kind of have the same facial expressions they have. And as you're kind of eyeing them up as you finish saying that, same guy says, well, those places must be full of saints who don't much care to increase their personal being. Good for them, I suppose, but out around here, we're doing what we can for ourselves, and the strong make it, they make it.
The strong make it. No, not always. Strong don't always make it. I'll look back at the guy, look back at the guards. It's a shame. I'm gonna take the dust of corrosion and throw it on the cage with the big guy on it and the one beside it if I can hit it.
So you're
with
kind
my
of throwing it
action.
kind of in between. Okay.
Right. I wanna create an opening on 2 cages for my action, and for my bonus action, I would like to. Would you consider that an attack action? Could I take my bonus action to throw a dagger?
I believe it says within the packet it says that it takes an action to deploy it. Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
I say depends on the wording of the item. What does it
see.
say?
As an action, you can throw this dust into the air, filling a 10-feet cube.
I'll say that is your action.
Okay. One second. I forgot the wording on Captain's Bravado.
Captain's Bravado, I believe, is if you make an attack, you can use a charge to make an additional attack as part of that action.
And they take the attack action. Yeah. So I got nothing.
You can close with them, you can disengage, or you can dash. They're not right on top of you, so you probably have like a good 10 feet. They had kind of were just watching you while you were examining this guy's arms, and we're talking.
You know what? If you'll let me for my bonus action instead, I will take 4 more daggers just in my fingers and put them into the grounds at the feet of the
Sure, just kinda
slaves, and then
toss
use my
them into the
movement to
cage.
get onto the other side. And I will try to save whatever life these guys might have, and say, stay quiet or it won't be long for you. And that's all I got.
Okay. I need you to go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah.
I got find my D20. Where'd it go? it's gone.
You don't have one,
Reduced
that's
to
not
atoms.
D12.
There it is. Found it.
Damn.
Also, I think I felt a D4 down there that I had lost like months ago. I'll investigate that later.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
What'd you roll, buddy?
25.
25. Very nice. Okay. The only person who really knew that something like this was coming was the big guy whose knife he slid. The others kind of are effectively, they are in a surprise round. These guards are not.
Okay.
The Dust of Corrosion does say that it works instantaneously.
I'll read it. I'll read it for you. I'm pretty sure it does, though. Non-magical surfaces and objects made of non-magical ferrous metal in the area instantly corrode and turn to dust.
Phenomenal. So, as I change the music, let's see. We're gonna do a vivid fight. If it'll actually go. Seems very quiet to me. I don't know about y'all.
Music's kind of quiet versus the ocean waves, but
Oh yeah, I'm getting sliders mixed up. That'd be why. That might be a little loud. You go first, Gloob. You said you moved between, like, up to these guys?
if I could, behind them.
I'd say, yeah, easy enough to do. 25 feet of movement.
Okay.
Kind of got it behind them. You say that, they're already drawing scimitars. Both.
They're going for their weapons?
Mhm.
Okay. I will spend my bonus action and movement to grant myself advantage on my first attack.
Okay. Going for a stab?
Yeah. Do you allow called shots?
We have in the past. What are you trying to do?
Trying to silence them.
How? Trying to, like,
Hitting his-
mangle his jaw? Or, okay, you're trying to, like, go for his vocal cords.
Right.
Okay. Okay, that will, as you know, disadvantage +5 to AC. So
For
that
that,
will make it
okay.
a straight attack. I believe that's the rule we used last time we decided that we did a cold shot.
Okay. I forgot about disadvantage.
So it makes it a straight roll.
Right.
You're easily enough, if you wanted to position yourself in such a way during that last thing, you would still be able to get sneak attack because of your swashbuckleriness.
That's right.
As long as you're not within 5 feet of both of them, you can sneak attack.
I'm gonna go for the guy that has been talking the whole time.
Okay.
Versus the quiet guy who hasn't said much. Okay.
Okay.
instantly poison up sword, and I'm gonna go for it.
All right, go ahead. Make the attack roll.
What the fuck on? 22 to hit.
22 still hits.
Let's go. All right.
Go ahead and roll damage, and that's a con save.
Con save DC 13.
DC 13. Okay. Yeah, no, he fails.
He fails. Okay.
What if he was just like, and he used legendary resistance automatically succeed?
I'd shit my pants. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would.
Turns out this is Bowbreaker. You've been talking to him the whole time.
You would see me disconnect from the sky call probably.
That'd be fucked.
That is 31 points of damage in total.
Very nice. 31 damage. As you do, not quite kill him outright. You do just stab up, and it looks like he barely able to move just in time because you are going for his throat, that it kind of skirts across. It doesn't seem to cut like his was the artery that goes up through your throat.
Jugular.
Your jugular, not slicing his jugular, but successfully you can hear him starting to yell, being cut off into a bit of a gurgle as blood is starting to gush through his throat. So he's not instantly dying. He is heavily injured, and at the moment doesn't seem to be able to yell or call for help.
As far as Gloob knows, this is the same guy as Balin. He takes Captain. He's gonna use a use of Captain's bravado, and as he goes for his throat, I'm just gonna stick the sword through his ear if I can.
Okay, make another attack roll. This one's not a called shot, just a straight roll.
28 to hit.
28 hits. Roll damage.
And I would like to expend a use of my Hunter's Coat to do an extra 1d10 necrotic damage.
Okay. Roll that, so that's 1d8 plus 1d10 plus your flat numbers, which I believe is plus 7 right now.
15 points total.
15 points is enough to do it for this guy. Whoops. As you said, through the ears, it's still kind of reeling, hand clutched to his throat. He kind of goes, whoa, whoa. You kind of immediately go and just feel that as you will yourself just a little bit of extra flourish the blade and up through the ear, whipping it back out, a little bit of gray matter getting splattered across the docks as this guy collapses. Is that going to be it for your turn?
I'll point my sword at the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, make a noise. And his fate is yours.
Okay. Ending your turn, that takes it to his turn. Too late for that, unfortunately. As he does let out a bellowing yell. I'm not going to scream into my microphone. Just along the lines of, I don't even know how I want to phrase this. Fuck. Someone freeing the slaves on the docks.
So they're those kinds of slaves.
The slaves. They all have lots of tattoos. So freeing the slaves on the docks, setting themselves against the princes, just yelling. And he's going to take his scimitar and take 2 swipes at you.
Okay.
It's going to be a miss on the first one, parrying it easily aside with Captain's Authority. The second one's a 24 to hit.
It's
It's going to be 7 points of slashing damage. As he does, recovering from that initial parry, immediately kind of bring his scimitar back down and kind of across your chest. getting a quick slice off. And yeah, kind of circling around you back towards the like island side of the docks.
Wait, is he running?
No, not moving outside, not provoking an AOP, but kind of stepping around on that side.
Okay.
Kind of keeping so he now has both the cages in his field of vision as well as you, and has his back to where presumably backup may be coming from.
Okay.
Homie in the cage, he's not super. He doesn't have any like weird movement, does he? Okay. So you were right in front of him. 10 feet away. So he is immediately going to come hauling ass out and around. And like the dude saw the dust, they didn't necessarily. I'm not gonna say they necessarily know exactly what it was. They also definitely didn't know he had a weapon. So he sees his eyes widen as this dude comes barreling out, no armor or anything, but a dagger and with murderous intent, and is going to make 3 attacks against him. So that is, what is his bonus to hit? Okay. Hit.
Uh-oh.
Hit. Hit. So that is a dagger.
You'd like to make 3 great weapon master attacks with the dagger?
9.
Oh, that was a weird hand motion. Sorry, stream. To blur that out. Don't do that again.
16.
I'm sorry, guys.
21. Okay. Just quickly just slashing this dude all over, just brute force. Cutting him up pretty bad. Not quite as bad as you stabbed the shit out of that first guy, but definitely working him over pretty good. And we're going to come to the top real quick, and we're going to roll some perception checks real fast. Because he's had 1 round to yell so far. Advantage. Okay. And as we come back to the top to Gloob, we're going to go ahead and take a break. So, woohoo! Exciting! Thank you all for joining us so far. I hope you're getting everything out of this that you wanted. Thank you 3 for being very patient. I know that this is a lot of sitting on your hands once again. We'll see how things go. But we'll take a quick bio. Recommend you do the same unless you're Brittany, who just came back from getting stuff to see the fuckery. So we'll be back here shortly. Don't go anywhere. Bye. Welcome back, everybody. We're here again. Some of us cackling maniacally in the corner, which is kind of fucked up, all things considered. Other of us looking a little more properly somber or concerned, at the very least. We're the Hard Knock Dice, as a collective. Just to clarify, I myself am me and the DM, and these gentlemen are our players. With they got their character names underneath, so their names look cooler and wackier, more syllables. But yeah, real quick before we get back going, last half of the session, our three fellas over here starting off from this corner, going around about to here. We're trying to chase down this one, as he went bolting out of the Sea Dog's respite, trying to haul ass to the center of the island, trying to get as quickest way to Gloob as possible, having varied amounts of success. Julian ate shit trying to jump out of a window, but then got up and kept on trucking. Bart magically sped up his giant squirrel and is chasing along in hot pursuit of Jakob. Jakob is yelling. They're attracting some attention. A couple of guards seem to be kind of chasing after Bart at this moment. We then hard cut back over to Gloob here in this top right corner as he began to talk to some of the slaves that were in the cages at the chain planks. After some relatively brief discussions, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, he ultimately convinced them that what was in their best interest was to go along with him when he broke them out now, or at the very go along with his plan of breaking them out now and trying to find some form of escape, steal a boat, hide away, something. Not sure on any of the details. Right as he finished convincing them, though, him and some of the others, he gained assistance from those that were more initially convinced and wanted to get theirs back from the Sea Princes. But right after this, a group consensus had been reached that they were going to do it. They were going to go tonight. Fuck it. Might as well try. A couple of guards showed up. Gloob attempted to hide, but unfortunately with some bad stealth rolls was spotted and kind of tried to play it off cool, tried to kind of talk to these guys, and they seemed to be accepting his story, but still seemed to be a little wary of him as to the time of night and locale, which is kind of weird, and the fact that he had been hiding from them in the first place. Ultimately deciding, fuck it. They've seen me. Gotta do what you gotta do. Throwing some of his dust of corrosion, opening up a couple of the cages. The largest and presumably the most visually apparently skilled fighter among them, having sleight of handed a dagger to him moments before him and this guy engaged, these two guards. Gloob managing to instantly kill one, silencing him before he even get a shout off. The other one, however, getting out some cries for assistance, calling out what is going on, that there are individuals trying to free the slaves and to directly oppose the princes, the Sea Princes themselves. His big burly friend with the dagger came out, 3 quick slices across this guy, hurting him pretty bad, but not being able to bring him down, and that is where we're going to rejoin ourselves with Gloob at the top of the initiative. This guy's been sliced, he's backed up, he's glancing over his shoulder. At the top of this, I will say you're starting to hear the yells, you're starting to hear a bit of hubbub from out there. You don't know if it's just confusion or if it's people that are going to be imminently closing, but you do hear noise from farther inland, further in the docks.
Someone definitely heard it at least. I'm going to spend my action or not my action. I'm going to spend my movement and bonus action to once again grant myself advantage on my attack, and I am going to stab this guy straight through the heart.
Okay. Are you trying to make a called shot, or are you just flavoring your stab?
Just flavor in my stab.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
23.
23 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
He's a swashbuckler that gets he gets his sneak.
He gets sneak attack this, yeah. I mean, plus he granted himself advantage, so he definitely has sneak attack. He just doesn't have any movement.
21 points of damage.
21? That is just enough to finish him off. So, oh god, I threw my pencil thing. Like you called it. Just taking a moment, aiming, just kind of getting your full arm back over your shoulder and going in for that long thrust. Getting inside this guy's guard, who just is still reeling a bit from those 3 quick and shockingly heavy slashes from your new friend. In through the heart, he has a moment to gasp.
Hand over the mouth as he falls to the ground.
He's now dead for the moment. You are now out of initiative. Kind of. More of a loose initiative now.
Okay.
You're out of initiative, asterisk.
Kind of, yeah, exactly. Your time matters, is what I'm saying. Time and action matters. You've done this, like I said, you're starting to hear a bit of hubbub. It doesn't seem like anybody's coming right this moment, but you do hear, and you can hear people. You hear speaking voices that are vaguely muffled, and the sounds of people starting to move around a little bit. You don't know if it was guards that heard or if it was just people who are out and about at this time. What are you doing?
Glue with just brutal efficiency, grabbing the rest of his daggers off of his Well, no, I grabbed them off of my person last time, out of the bag, throwing them on the ground. The other pack, into the air, corroding 2 more of the cages.
Okay.
And then stepping immediately over, flipping out his thieves' tools, and picking the last lock.
Okay. So, effectively taking your first round, getting daggers just out. You're just getting them where people can get to them. All the people occupying those first 2 cages. You said you have a total of 13 daggers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So getting those daggers out, people are starting to pick them up. You see the big guy kind of handing off the dagger he has and taking up one of the scimitars off of one of the fallen, one of those 2 fallen guys. 2 more cages open up. Between those 4 cages, all the weapons are being taken up. The hand crossbows, all the daggers, the scimitars, and you go and you start picking that last lock.
As I'm picking the lock, I'm gonna say, go down the docks, try to find a boat. If that's what you're gonna do, take these bodies with you if you can. There's enough of you to move without being slowed down by taking them.
Okay. You are now starting to hear movement heading towards you guys from a little bit further in. You do not have much time before people start to arrive. Go ahead and roll your thieves' tools.
26.
26. Like it's nothing. Cracking up that last lock. People are they're gathering, like I said, it takes them about a round to kind of get everybody who can get a weapon with a weapon. Now you have, just including the weapons off of those 2 guys, just over half of all these guys are armed now. As you get that last one cracked open, those guys start to file out. They are starting to move down the docks. People are now coming down. From what you can see, looks about like 5 or 6.
My job is done. I look at the big guy, and I say, south, you'll hit the coast. Try to find Saltmarsh. You can find me again there. I hope we meet again soon. And I am disappearing into the fucking darkness.
Okay, you're just like dropping down to get like up under the docks and stealth again?
I'm gonna.
Or you're just trying to stealth somewhere?
Yeah, I'm trying to stealth back towards the docks to where I came from.
Okay, roll a stealth check for me. Like, these guys are coming, and they're coming relatively quickly, but you can bonus action stealth, so we'll say that you could get this off before having too many issues.
19.
19. Okay, as you slink off, your guy just kind of nods to you. Scimitar gripped in one hand. As people do, they're looking around. They're not quite sure where to go, but they're going to start heading down towards the docks. Looks like most of these, like a good few of these guys can't see in the dark. And like I said, even with your dark vision, you weren't able to see far enough out to really tell if there was a way. So they are now beginning to creep that way. More shouts go up as you as you get into the darkness from that group of people. You're starting to hear more movement. And I'm sorry, can I get that stealth check from you one more time? What was that?
19.
19. All right. So, are you just making your way back inland?
Yeah.
Okay. You start making your way past, kind of going around where the hubbub is starting to go. Before too long, though, running past you, headed down the docks. News started to spread quickly. Doesn't appear not all of them appear to be the same as these guys. Anybody who's well enough to stand seems to be responding, though, because this ain't good. You continue to creep away, probably about 30 seconds later or so. Distant sounds of fighting.
I gotta hope 30 men can hold their own. I keep going.
Okay. Are you going the same route you went before? Are you cutting across that island, or are you starting to skirt back around?
I am, if I can, I'm trying to stay on top of buildings and stuff. I'm not sure
okay.
the layout, but I am trying to stay out of eyesight and sound, away from people as much as I can.
Right. Okay. So moving stealthily, especially getting up with us, a lot of this relatively easy, kind of like we were talking about with Bart earlier. A lot, especially around here, around these outskirts, maybe it gets a little nicer air quotes, the closer you get to the island, you figure that's where the wealthier individuals do stay, or where they keep their abode, where they keep the booty, as it were, that stays on the island itself. But out at this moment, relatively easy with a 20-foot, especially a 20-foot jump.
I have a question
to get
for
between.
the DM.
Yes, sir.
As I'm sneaking away,
Mhm.
and I know this is Break Val's district, and I'm trying to get on top of buildings and stuff, do I pass an estate that would most likely be Break Val's house?
Roll a perception check for me.
10.
10? You're not sure. You're very, like, you can't. You know you gave him the best chance you could. But you know they didn't have much time to execute. It's distracting, especially because you did hear, before you got far enough away for it to be out of earshot, the beginnings of people fighting. So you're looking around, it just looks like buildings where you're at right now as you're kind of creeping along. You're not sure. Now, like I said, are you planning to cut back across the island, or are you going to plan to go the long way around, going across the docks?
I don't know. I have no clue. Wherever I can blend in the best, or
I mean, there's some natural foliage and things on the island, but you also know that was where you very nearly got caught the first time. You know that there are very attentive individuals keeping an eye on things around the island, around those estates specifically.
Gotcha. Then yeah, I'll go around the docks.
All right. So, it's at this point we're going to cut back over. Everything that Gloob just did takes a course over a few minutes. At most. Maybe a couple. Jakob, you are hauling all of the ass. Bart, you are hauling a little bit more ass, trying to find Jakob. Julian, you are doing your best to try to keep up with your friends, but you are falling steadily behind. Kind of how we're going to do this. Bart, give me one just straight perception check.
26.
26. Very nice. Julian, also give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Right.
These guys are a lot faster than you.
Oh yeah, I know. They're making a big scene, right?
We're going to find out.
That would have been a natural 20.
What's it
Oh
instead?
no!
But it's a dirty 20. I rolled a 17 and a 20.
Very nice.
Hey, hell yeah, dude.
Even with as fast as for the moment, for at least this first little bit, you're barely able to kind of keep a hold of Brila. You hear these guys shouting and like trying to run after him and stop him, or at least get his attention. Bart, we're gonna say with your 26, especially once you get up on the rooftops, you're starting to be able to get the trail of Jakob to begin to slowly start gaining on him, especially since you're going across the rooftops. However, we have to see if these guys get impatient with you. Because they're chasing you, telling you to stop, and you're not. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct. Would they continue to have line of sight on me after?
These buildings aren't that high.
Oh, okay.
I mean, and the thing, like I'm saying, the where they make this decision is not very far.
Okay.
It's because they can see you're faster than them. They can see that you're up on top of the roofs. They kind of have to make their decision quickly.
Understand them.
What did you say Brilla's AC was?
13.
Okay. Let me check something. You said 13?
Yep.
That's one hit. That's a miss.
Oh shit, they're multi-attack?
Yep.
That's rough.
It's going to be 2 hits on Brila.
Oh no. I doubt she'll survive.
That's 18 points of piercing damage.
Alright, Brila's done.
So as you're going along, these guys, they shout at you. They're trying to figure out what's going on. Like I said, they saw Jakob go hauling ass past, didn't stop. They started to shrug it off. Giant fuck off. Squirrel. Jesus, I forgot what Brila was for a second. Climbing up on the rooftop and is jumping from rooftop to rooftop, causing more of a commotion. Called out to you. You did not. All you just said was sorry, and then kept going.
Yeah, yeah.
Shortly after that, you hear them start to run after you. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to leave them behind. And hear a couple of hand crossbow shots. 2 of them hitting their mark on Brila. Just in a nice, like, what's a nice nutmeg poof.
Oh.
Like, I was trying to think of some cooking spices, but it's a nice kind of sweet scented poof and a little bit of warm air. I need you to make an acrobatics check for me as you fall.
Can I aim for the water? 16?
16? I'll say with a 16 that you're able to kind of land and get your footing, but you were kind of going going on the building, so you're on top of a building right now, is where we'll say you are. You land, you're on top of a building, you hear these footsteps starting to catch up towards the building where you're at. What are you doing?
I look for some water.
Not far. You're just going to jump?
Yeah, I'm just going to jump directly into the water.
Okay. All right. I'm going to say easy enough to do. It's basically going to be the rest of your turn is getting down and into the water. Kind of cannonball and spoosh. You do have your ring of swimming, correct?
Yep.
Phenomenal. These guys are going to probably hear you, but we'll see if in all the commotion. Okay. They are starting to move around. So that's kind of yours and their turn. You're getting down into the water. Brila's been poofed. These guys are trying to pursue you. Jakob, you're getting further along. Yes.
I actually would take my action this turn
Okay.
to blow the... Well, first, do I see this happen or hear it happen? Okay.
Roll a perception check for me. We'll see if you can hear. You definitely do not have line of sight on this.
15?
15. Maybe you hear some yelling back behind you, but maybe that's for those guys that tried to get a hold of you a minute ago. You're not sure.
Okay, then I will sound the horn of silent alarm to Bart.
Okay.
So if he is within 600 feet of me and is not deafened, he will hear an alarm.
Yep. You hear the horn as you splash down into nasty
Mark
fucking water.
Thinks to himself in no uncertain terms, yeah, no fucking shit. An alarm.
And Jakob will keep running.
Okay. Getting further along.
I don't know where this falls in on the timeline for me, but as Gloob's heading back across the roofs and stuff, you'll put the earpiece back in.
Yeah. We're gonna have a little bit longer with them before we've gotten to that juncture. Unfortunately.
Let me know.
Will do. This go around, Jakob, as you're running along, you blow that horn of silent alarm. Nothing coming out as far as you or anybody else audibly can hear. Couple more guys that are sober and look similarly equipped as the other guys that tried to stop you. As you were moving closer and closer to the further inland. Try to get your attention. Hey, where are you trying to go in such a hurry?
That way.
Do
While I'm
you
running.
stop?
Nope.
She's just pointing inland. Okay. Always high?
Mhm.
You just hear them kind of call out behind you for the moment at least. None of the princes are going to see you this late at night. Going along. Julian, 60 more feet. Trying to run along.
Bro, I guess, unless there's something I can see.
Roll another perception check for me. This one will say is a straight roll since you did kind of get a bead on Bart and Brila earlier.
A 14.
14. You seem to have lost sight on Brila, which is weird because she's kind of hard to miss jumping from building to building.
I don't see dudes brandishing hand crossbow.
About 100 or so feet behind them.
God damn. Okay.
That Brila was moving 120 feet around for
yeah.
multiple rounds. So you're not quite sure what's going on yet. You'll probably figure it out pretty quick. Just
Okay,
not right
so
this moment.
these are just docks, right?
Correct. Like docks. There's a lot. It's like I said. It's docks and then a lot of crisscross like patchwork of like smaller like fucking straight up like 2x4s. Like a couple of them together, kind of branching across and connecting and interconnecting and everything. It's a tangle.
Is it all like ground level? There's no like crosswalks
No.
overhead or catwalks or anything?
There's
Right.
nothing higher up than like there are some 2-story buildings. Some.
Is the island like a sheer rocky?
Seems to go right up to the island itself. All these docks seem to just kind of go up to it. It seems
So
like
if I were
it's a relatively small like tropical island.
if I were to say fuck it and jump in the water, I could swim right up onto the island. I wouldn't have to like seg back onto the docks or anything.
You might have
Oh,
to kind of like
okay.
segue back over to like get back on top. Like there might be docks blocking you like getting onto land somewhere, but
Yeah. After maybe just 2 or 3 minutes of just falling further and further behind, just
if you
wherever
wait,
we are in the
I'm about to say
timeline.
we're
Yeah,
just
wherever
rounds.
we are
Yeah.
in the timeline, just kind of
Oh, fuck this shit.
just toss myself sideways into the water. And
Okay. So you're starting to just beeline as fast as you can, straight forward. Water is
Yeah,
gross.
new-
I'm going to
new
accentuate that every single time anybody gets in the water.
new strategy. Instead of trying to catch up with Jakub, it's get ahead of Jakub.
Okay. Bart, what are you doing after you enter the
20
water?
feet. However deep I was plunged into the water from jumping from however high it was, 120 feet in that direction for coming up for air.
Okay.
And
Oh, yeah, because you still have Expedition Street. Since,
Yeah. technically I cast it on me. Which
right,
lets me
but
also
it
cast
affects
on
your
my-
steed. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So you just
That's my turn.
book it.
I heard the horn, I guess, even in the water.
Yeah.
go
It
in that
magically.
direction.
Yeah,
So-
you magically hear that guy doesn't kind of see the direction you go in.
And he said he was blowing it as his action while he was still moving, so maybe
Right.
there might be like a little bit of like, oh, okay, I can angle in the direction he's going. I don't know.
I don't know if horn or silent alarm gives you a direction. I don't know. I have no idea how it works. If it just sounds in your head, or if it sounds. I would say it sounds like
I don't know.
originating from the horn. Yeah, that
Okay.
makes sense. So you are also beelining 120 feet farther inland.
Just trying to get to Jakub as quickly as possible.
Right. So straight line, trying to
doing one
catch
of
up to
these.
Jakub. Okay. You guys are now both in the water in the nasty shit, vomit, and any and all other bodily fluids and contaminants water. The sea helps.
Also-
it's a tide.
Like,
But-
it says the ring of swimming gives you a swimming speed of 40 feet while wearing it, and Bart does not know how to swim, so I'm assuming this is just like a magical force. Yeah, would it be possible for, like, after
Yeah.
I get
You're fucking
120 feet away for me to, like, at least get my head out of the water and just, like,
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're not trying to stay below the water to remain hidden, that's the benefit you're getting from being underwater. You're harder to spot. So after 120 feet, it doesn't look like these guys saw where you like continued to see you. You figure they'll probably continue to look if they decided to shoot at you, but
Yeah.
they're probably gonna have a hard time finding you at this juncture.
Right. I imagine they'll probably be looking for wherever there's a giant floating dead squirrel in
Right.
the water or something like that, or
So-
on a
Yeah, they're not really sure what went on. They just saw two crossbow bolts hit and then a large splash shortly thereafter.
Alright. But yeah, that's my turn. Just
Okay. Okay, that simplifies this a lot because the two of you are in the water. Really, at this point, nobody who's going to be trying to stop you is going to be down there. Those two guys that were trying to stop you did not spot you while you were under the water, so they didn't see the direction you kept going. So they're kind of looking. So the important factor of this is Jakob. A lot of it, unless are either of you stopping at any point, or are you just going straight towards the island, or are you stopping to look for him at any point?
Julian's strategy is to get ahead of him
Right.
and head him off at the pass. I don't
Mhm.
know what Bart's doing.
Bart, what is the kind of strategy you're going at this with?
does Jacob keep blowing the horn, or do I need to?
I think it only works
Okay.
once.
It only
I
works
have
once.
4
Okay.
charges.
Oh, it has
Oh.
4 charges. Okay. So
But you
he
only
only
blow it
blows
one
the
time?
once. Okay.
I only blew it once to make sure that you knew that you heard it, or that you knew
Shit was
something
going down.
on.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was a little bit.
I just noticed I'm not gonna do this because Jakob wouldn't jump into the water, but I actually have a faster swim speed than I do running.
Yeah.
You do also have a ring of swimming.
Rayla died because I didn't want to get dirty. That's basically what it boils down to.
Respectable.
No, it's also me trying to get a better vantage point on where the fuck you were going. But in any case, I'll continue going in that direction. If I come up for air, I don't know if the slushing of my neck and shoulders or whatever going through the water is going to be too loud for me to maybe hear where he's running, or if he's making any noises or anything like that.
I'd say you're making a straight roll because of the Sentinel
Okay.
Shield.
All right. Not the best. That's 18 total.
18. Okay, we're gonna sit on that for a second.
Okay.
Because you would have to go multiple rounds at 120 feet to catch up to him, moving his
Oh,
since
I
he
know-
had a head start on you.
I know the vague direction, so I don't think I would stop at. just
Yeah, I'm
that.
not. This is one of those where we're holding on to that 18, and that's gonna be kind of like we're using that kind of as your. Actually, we could just use your passive, quite frankly. Like you'd be able to hear him if you were in his vague vicinity. But probably.
I probably wouldn't start getting worried until I got to like a trajectory to where I'm like,
Right.
okay, you could have gone somewhere different at this point.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So, Jakob, you're booking it. All 3 actions that you can use to moving, correct? Okay. Because we're seeing what happens in the interim before Gloob has his earpiece in again. Okay? Because you won't make it all the way to the island, but. Okay. 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 So, are you stopping at any point when somebody tries to stop you? I'm just going to keep this simple rather than going into each of these interactions. Okay.
Oh, just I'm heading that way.
Not much longer after, Bart does goes down and is starting to catch up to you slowly but surely, kind of gaining on you at a rate of, I believe, 30 feet around. So he'd start catching up to you before too terribly long. Unfortunately, you do get a couple of pairs telling you to stop, or trying to get your attention and trying to figure out what the fuck you're doing as you're going like a bull through a china shop very fast, for normal people anyway, that then do start to pursue you.
Good luck catching me. I'm fast as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
10 minutes, homie. 10 minutes.
You'll never catch me.
They're going to try to shoot you.
Oh, fuck.
But especially because after the first ones start running, as the first ones start chasing you, the other ones basically, it was almost a non-factor that they would also begin to chase you. You're not running, they're yelling at you. Crossbows are coming out. So,
Yay, 1d4 crossbow with heavy armor this game?
hand crossbows are 1d6. But he does have...
They upped their damage?
When
Hand,
did that happen?
hand crossbows have been 1d6.
Oh,
Not in 30.
In 5e, that's part of what makes
Yeah,
them so fucking stupid broken with crossbow expert.
Yeah, they used to be 1d4, that's why I was... whew. Well, goddamn, I guess.
That's one hit. Definitely miss. So from the first pair that started shooting at you in their second range increment, 8 points of piercing damage. Down to 5. Second two that start to shoot at you almost immediately after they see that you are already being pursued and those guys start yelling. Here's their attacks. So we're going to go 1 hit. 2 hits. So that's going to be another 8 points of piercing damage. And another 8 points of piercing damage. I just rolled a bunch of 5s. Somebody say something, please.
that.
Thank you.
So,
15 points of piercing damage total in that first conglomeration. They are continuing to chase you, but you are starting to make distance. But they are starting to yell. Like they're starting to raise an alarm. Yes.
let me know if Julian at any point sees someone shooting at Jakob. Like if I draw even with any of this action. I won't be interacting with anything else unless I see that.
Okay.
Just so.
Roll a perception check for me.
Alright.
You're still a little behind Bart because y'all are both moving at 120 feet around.
Right.
But so that means you are definitely gaining on Yaka, but you and him are moving kind of in lockstep, just at different places.
Right. That's why I was just telling you that, so like you know the trigger for me wanting to act.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another 14.
Another 14. Okay. As I said, these guys are starting to yell. You probably don't hear initially, because you're doing your little manta ray thing. Bart. We're kind of gonna have to go because action's gonna start happening around the time that he's getting shot by all 4 of them. Is around the time that you start hearing all these running footsteps. As you're starting to draw level, you hear a lot of running, and you could I'm gonna say with your passive that you're like, some of these are a good bit heavier than the rest. But you're hearing yelling, probably hear a few twangs.
Okay. And that's above me, and I still.
It's kind of above you, a little bit ahead of you, because they're like
ahead
you're getting into range where you can hear this going on. As I'm just calling it as soon as you could hear it.
Cool.
Are you just gonna keep going, trying to blast forward to catch up?
I'm just gonna keep going underneath them and go, "Don't shoot! He's not well."
Jakob, I need you to roll 3 concentration checks for me if you hadn't already. And tell me the totals. You got to beat a 10 for each one. So it's con save DC 10.
Oh, con save.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Then yeah, I'd pass all of them.
You pass all of
It
them?
was a 25, 21, and a 12.
Nice. Fucking big bonuses of having con proficiency and spellcasting. So, not able to break your concentration on your expeditious retreat. Starting to gain ahead. They're going to get one more round of attacks before Julian, you would hear them, okay? Before you're in range. Since you're behind Bart in this, okay? I don't know if you heard me. You're looking at something very intently.
Trying to figure out options for later.
Right. Okay. So, these guys are going to get one more round of attacks at you, though.
I'm making myself known underneath them.
Yeah,
saying,
you're
"Don't
starting to yell?
shoot, He's
Sure.
not well. He doesn't know what he's doing."
They don't give a shit.
I'm just keeping the narrative going.
Absolutely. So you're trying to yell up there.
I don't think they're going to pay much attention to a disembodied voice with some sort of motorboat sounding wave thing underneath them in the dust. I mean, that's 13.6 miles per hour I'm boogieing through the water.
I imagine Bart just holds his hand out and he's like skiing on the water.
I probably
Like,
have the
water.
mace in one hand, so just like a little light. Like, oh, I don't want to hit him. Yeah, I've got to.
Okay. So out of that second 8, since you are hauling so much ass, and so you're getting out of their range increments very quickly, only 2 more hit out of those next 8 attacks.
Okay.
6 and 8 damage respectively. So 3 and 5. So
okay.
a total of 8 damage between the 2 of them. I need 2 more concentration checks.
Both of those pass with a 24 and a 12.
Very nice. Cutting it slim with those 12s, but doesn't matter. It's above 10. Makes it. Okay. But like I said, they're yelling. You're starting to hear hubbub from in front of you. Julian, around this time is when you're starting to hear this yelling and all this running. And I'll say even with a 14, you barely hear it, but you're like, I think that's a ranged weapon being fired.
And is this while they're actively shooting at him, or like the last couple rounds? I'm coming up on it like from the.
I'm
the
saying
back
you're
end of
you're
it.
coming up on this like you're just getting in range to hear as this second volley of all 8 of them as all 8 attacks are being made.
Are these 4 people firing the only ones
That you hear
on
so
the
far.
docks?
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of you hear a lot of holy shit, what the fuck's going on, like a lot of like bystanders, because they won't necessarily involve themselves unless they feel the need. And currently, some dude getting ran after by some dudes who probably caused them trouble on occasion is not cause for them to intervene. So you're hearing this, what are you doing?
Checking my character sheet real quick.
Julian's just in the water, the cloak going like, it's pretty good.
Man, I wouldn't be able to get all 4 of them into the water and kill them in time. Those are the only 4 in pursuit.
So far, that you can tell.
So far.
Like with your 14, you're just able to make out that this is happening.
Okay. Would I be able to Eldritch Blast one and pull him into the water, and then keep going?
Just roll a quick perception check for me. We'll see if we're kind of going to base this off. If you roll high, there's a gap. If you roll low, there's not.
For the 3rd time in a row, a 14.
Can Julian hear Bart at all?
Probably so. He's probably here. He's not well. He's just from a little farther ahead of you in the shit water.
For context, Julian is not trying to like wipe out these attackers or whatever.
Yeah.
Pulling one into the water to get all of them going,
Right.
holy shit, what the fuck, while he zooms on ahead.
Okay.
It is a
I'm gonna say with a 14
distraction thing.
that you do have a visual on one. They have 3/4 cover.
That's fine. I get 2 attacks.
So you can like you're just able to see him. Roll that attack.
Is the 3/4 cover other people?
We'll find out here in a
It's
second.
children.
It's like 2 a.m. They're pirate kids, but they should be asleep.
Pirate kids don't have bedtimes. They're pirate kids.
Yeah,
They also probably have very strict parents if they have parents.
Does a 16 hit?
16 misses.
Okay.
And we're gonna roll percentiles to see if you just hit some other jackass. High low, Julian.
Always high.
Always high, baby. We're gonna give it. I'm just gonna go ahead and
It's
call
not-
it
it's
out
not a
loud.
bolt, it's a tendril reaching up
Eh.
from the water.
That is fluffing. You and I both know it is an attack roll.
Tries to grab him and just slaps
We're
him
gonna
up.
say with the time of night it is, but also mixed in with all the commotion, getting people's attention and maybe drawing what the people a little closer. We're gonna say there's a 20% chance that this is gonna hit some random bystander. Okay.
Okay.
So low. So on a 1 to 20, you hit somebody else. You do not have to yank them, of course, but they're gonna get the squeeze.
Right.
Okay.
Like just by a tendril.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I can murk somebody.
That's a 16. Unfortunately.
They only take 5 points of damage.
Ah! From above. Doesn't kill him. Like I said,
22
these
on the second.
22 on the second will hit with 3/4 cover. You hear some random guy who's like, and drops a mug, but doesn't die. These guys are made of sterner stuff for the most part than like your random civilians. Like I said, it's a dangerous place. These are dangerous folks. So, you know,
4 points of damage.
Do what?
He gets 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage.
He gets dragged into the water, and he will have to make a strength saving throw to keep from getting dragged further into the water. I'm
Okay.
gonna go ahead and use
use
the
your thing?
feature.
Okay, sure. So you said 4 points of damage?
Cody said, I'm just going to do this as a distraction. Drowning's a distraction, right?
Yes. Yes, it
You
is.
said a strength saving throw?
Yep.
Alright, DC
14.
fails it. You said he gets
Yeah.
dragged further underwater?
Yep.
Alright. Dude kind of goes and
Not out the water, underwater?
10 out, 15 feet down.
Oh shit! You know how deep 15
Is
feet
it 15? Is that how far it goes? I thought it was 5. For
I'm checking.
the Swarm Keeper. Just quick.
15 feet.
15?
It does
Okay.
say horizontally, though.
Gotcha. So it has to be just further backwards.
So we'll say the 15 feet out and then 10 feet down. So he's like 10 feet underwater.
Okay, sure. Why not?
Because I was underwater, right?
Whatever. Yeah. I mean,
trying
you,
to-
more or less. Yeah. You're kind of right at near the very surface. You kind of got a surface to be able to get a line of sight. This is nasty water. You can't see through that shit. It's not natural murk. So
Well, he far away from land and in
Yeah.
the fucking muck.
He's
for
out-
sure, regardless.
yeah, totally underwater. That is causing quite the commotion as one guy just got partially crushed and another dude just got yoinked down off of the dock into the water. So
They wouldn't implicate me at all in that. Thanks, Julian. The
You're
person-
running. There's no tendrils.
He's not well.
I'm not. I'm in the water with you.
he's
Directly under
he's
you.
not well. Leave him be. Yoink.
The last time you were seen, you were running on the buildings with a squirrel. They didn't see
He
you
is
squirreling
actively
in the water.
yelling from down below these guys.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You
He
hear him
said it.
yelling up at them. He's not well. He don't mean no harm. Like shit like that from a bit in front of you and to the right. You just yoink the fuck of that dude, and you hear exclamations like, "Oh my, holy shit!"
He's out away from
Croquet?
that
That's
voice.
not me.
Yeah, that's clearly back away. Let's go.
There's something in the water.
Ah!
Deception.
We're gonna fake your death like arm out of the water like.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay, we're gonna see what these guys are doing. Actually, what am I doing? I'm gonna roll personnel. That makes this easier. Okay. Yeah. 2 of the 3 split off to look. Third continuing in hot pursuit of Jakob. As this dude, yeah, I mean, you've used your action, so you do some of your movement, so you kind of get past that, and they see this dude not long after surfacing, looking around, not seeing you probably. Nope. And nope. So those guys see what happened? What happened? I don't fucking know. Something grabbed me. This guy going, "Oh my bones!" Up top on the dock. Oh my god.
My leg.
My leg! Jakob, you're continuing to run. However, like I said, they were calling for backup. They were yelling. Getting people's attention. You're pretty far ahead. Couple guys are going to try to grab you. So, athletics
Good luck.
or Athletics or acrobatics, your pick. I'm assuming it's to be the one with the plus 11.
11 or plus 5.
Correct.
Take the
Do
11.
an attack roll to just clothesline these motherfuckers.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Roll a second
Can't
one.
attack
You gotta roll
me
2.
if I attack you harder.
13.
13. The second one does get a hold of you. They had a 17 and an 8. So I said 8 and 17. It was other order. Sorry. They stop your momentum for the moment, kind of as like on their term as prepared actions. As they heard that fucking yelling like somebody's trying to get to the island, somebody's trying to get to the island, or somebody's trying to get to the States. So things along those lines getting yelled. One of them, you just rip your arm out of his grasp. The other just kind of like bear hugs your one arm. He's got it in both arms. Your momentum is stopped. What are you doing?
Oh, it's my turn?
Like I said, these
I'd
were like
like to
prepared
try
actions
to
for them to
break it.
grab you. You're just gonna try to break it? Okay, roll
Yep.
it. Which is contested.
Fucking God, of course. 14.
That is cocked.
I rolled a
so
2,
I'm gonna re-roll
and then
that.
a 3.
I know that feel, bro.
That one does still. Unfortunately, he does still have a hold of you, just barely, but he does have a hold
Action
of you.
surge.
Action surge. You're trying to break free again.
Yep.
Okay, roll it.
Wait, I don't think you have to action surge quite yet, right? You have extra attacks, so he can use both of those attacks to try to break it.
To break a grapple is an action.
Oh, okay.
To grapple somebody, you can use in place of an attack.
Oh, that's gonna fuck.
This is one of the few ways that grappling is useful, is trying to fuck action economy. What was that, Jacob?
22.
Oh yeah, that. He finally rolled low, so against a 7, wrench your arm out of his grasp. Continuing to book it? Or what are you doing?
How many people are near me?
At the moment, those 2 are the only ones that had a hold of you.
And did I hear Bart yelling beneath me?
Roll a quick perception check for me.
21.
You hear Bart somewhere below you going, "He's not well. He don't mean no harm."
Pretty close to me, below me.
Yes,
Right?
yeah. At this point, yeah, he's probably like 30 feet behind you, in a little bit.
With a middle finger to both of them, I'm gonna try to go to the water.
Try to go to the water. Okay, 2 AOPs. They're gonna
Not surprising.
slice at you with their scimitars.
But you can also make grapples in line to attack.
They just saw how fucking strong this dude is. They tried grabbing him, and they were like, "I don't think this is gonna work, dude." That is a dirty 20 and a 22 to hit.
Okay, yeah.
Anything to say about either of those? Okay. It's gonna be 7 points of slashing on the first, 7 points of slashing on the second. I'm just gonna roll consecutively the same number every time I hit with an attack roll. So total of 8 points of damage. But you beeline over, don't have to go very far. You just launch yourself down. Your heavy ass is now in the water.
Just fucking look for Bart.
Yeah, you see him
Okay,
a little
what
bit
do I
behind
do
you.
now?
Do you say that?
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead and say we're not far from Gloob popping the earbud back in. Just overall timeline wise, we're going relatively fast and loose with time, as it stands here.
I heard my good buddy Bart.
Mm-hmm.
And
You
Bart
hear him back
always has
there.
a plan.
You're down in the water. I'll say you probably have about 20 feet of movement left. Just going back towards Bart.
Yeah, I guess towards Bart.
Okay, through the shit water. That's probably not good for your wounds. Yikes.
They're fine. I got bats tracing for it.
So
You can rub some of that ointment on them that you apparently believe cures everything. It's the bug repellent.
you're like an old person with like iodine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bet some sporin on it.
You can put some Neosporin.
Okay.
All right. So you just heard some more yelling, a little bit of a tussle, and then Yakko comes sailing over the side down into the water and closes most of the distance to you. Julian, I'll say with passive and big splash, you're now a little ahead as he has turned around and gone back towards Bart. Or, yeah, something like that. Easy math. We're playing it, like I said, fast and loose. You boys are all in there. Barton and Julian, you guys are getting to do something before more shit's happening with the guys up top.
How far away from Jakob?
You're now about 10, 15 feet.
Oh, 10, 15 feet?
Yeah.
All right. How does water work with Autoluke's Resilient Sphere?
Good question. Read the spell.
Nothing, not physical objects, energy, or other spell effects can pass through the barrier. So does it float? I'd assume that it would keep however much liquid is inside of the sphere when I cast it would keep inside of the sphere afterwards.
Is this, you can like push and roll Odaluk's Resilient
Yeah.
Sphere, right? It weighs like 10 pounds. I think it says it weighs something.
Weightless.
It's weightless.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'd float with it'd have whatever water was in it, sure.
Okay. I'll just say, calm down, son. Just let it happen. It is a way to have him not try and make this dexterity saving throw.
Okay, so you're casting Odaluk's Resilient
Yeah.
Sphere. Jakob, are you trying to make the dex save? Are you trying not to get bubbled?
Oh, I mean, if Bart's doing something, I'm fine.
You're just letting him do it? Okay.
Yeah, Bart's the man with the plan.
Alright. Out of curiosity, what does Odaluk's Resilient Sphere look like for Bart in the middle of this tense situation?
It kind of looks like when you look at a sort of sunset, it kind of has a little bit of a orange to purple sort of shimmer to it from top to bottom, kind of like
Nice.
just like a haze. In the shape, it kind of looks two-dimensional, like in old video games. If you have
Jesus.
like a sphere and you look at it from one side and then you look at it from the other side, it just looks exactly the same. Kind of looks like one of those deals.
Mhm.
It doesn't seem to be any dimensions to it. It's just
Gotcha.
a circle.
All right. Jakob, you are in this. God, this is going to be really weird from the inside.
Yep.
You are in a bubble. You're still in nasty-ass water,
Yeah.
but you're now floating inside this sphere.
And I will use my bonus action and movement to get over to him and weirdly mime swimming, though I don't really know how to try to get over to him quickly, though I'm not actually swimming. I'm doing this, but the ring's just carrying me forward. Oh, I got you. Don't hurt him, please. Don't shoot him no more or whatever. He doesn't know what he's doing. That's third. He's just
Okay.
kind of getting over towards the sphere.
All right, Julian, what are you doing? You see Bart kind of vroom. Resilient
Julian's
Sphere,
waiting to
Jakob.
see- Julian's waiting to see if they keep attacking Jakob.
Okay. So you're just sitting tight. Somewhere 60 feet behind you, dude is starting to climb out of the water at a bunch of confusion. Okay. And these guys, I mean, if the sphere's not going anywhere, not hard to spot. They're coming over there. They see two dudes float in the water. One is surrounded by a sphere. Give me a quick persuasion check at disadvantage, Bart, as you're like trying to like, oh hey, whoa, whoa.
That's 2 17s on the dice.
Nice.
Plus 5.
Plus 5 for 22. Do you get a D4 to that?
I do, if it's a persuasion. Plus 2, so plus 7
So-
total.
Total of 24.
17 plus 7, yeah.
Okay. You just hear, won't shoot him no more if he comes up here and explains where he's going and why.
He don't know where he's going. That's what I'm trying to explain. He was in some stuff in Saltmarsh. He was separated from his folks. He had to run through the middle of the night against all these Swahagan, tried to get to his buddy Gloob. It messed him up, and sometimes he just wakes up and he starts running. He just has to get through that mess, and nothing can stop him. We ran out of roots that we usually give him at night so that he can sleep well, but we ran out.
Okay.
Tried to give him kind of drunk, but that didn't work. I'm sorry. I'll happily pay you for any damages it might have caused or anything like that.
Roll a straight deception check.
Dirty 20. 15 plus 5.
Okay. He didn't attack anybody, so that helped a lot.
Good job, Chris. I was worried when that guy grappled that the fucking hatchet was about to go in the middle of his fucking
I
forehead.
did too. I was like, oh, fuck.
I was like, he fucking touched him. You fucked up, buddy.
Who
You can't
was
great
it?
weapon master with a hatchet. At least. Small victories.
It'd go from
He was
these
gonna be a
slaves
punch.
need to get to a boat to we need to get to a boat real quick.
Still don't know if you're out of those woods yet. But
A lot further than we were if he turned around and started swinging on people.
Yeah.
Question:
Yes.
Is the sphere soundproof?
Good question.
No.
I don't think it is.
No, it didn't say.
If it works like the beads of force, I don't think it is, because beads of force I think are just like little deployable odalooks.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you did hear all that, Jacob.
Yeah. Good to know.
Okay. They seem to relax a little bit. Is it? Why don't you come up here for a minute anyway?
Right.
Curious.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of in that for a minute. Can I talk to him, make sure he's calmed down? We're not going to go nowhere. You can keep an eye on us right here. Just need to make sure his nerves are back down slow.
Julian, are you hiding?
Yes.
Roll a stealth check for me.
For the record, hiding and moving to the other side of the dock. So he's to their backs.
Just roll it.
Julie just... Does he get advantage being underwater?
That depends. If you're underwater, you'd get advantage. You will not be able to see what's going on.
I mean, like, we're
No.
doing that thing.
Yeah.
No.
If they're against people who are like actively looking for you now. Or looking
that
for
would be
whatever
24.
yanked someone into the water. Oh, what was that?
You're really good at stealth.
What'd you say, Cody?
24.
24. Very nice. Yeah, you, Julian, do
damn.
go to good stealth. Okay.
Plus 8 go burr.
Plus 8 go burr. Very nice. All right. So, do you two start to go up?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
will
no,
use half of
I
my
will-
movement speed to push the ball.
No. I will take the full minute of the smear to act like, I'm trying to calm down a spook horse and just sort of talk softly.
So you're just staying down there?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm like, just give me a minute, make sure his nerves are calmed down. Yeah, we won't go nowhere right here. Just give me a second, please.
How about we be the judge of that? Come on up. Around this time, that dude has now made it all the way up the ladder. And you do hear, just, something was yanking people down in the water.
How many people are on the dock right there besides that one?
Besides them, probably like 20 or 30 in this like close area. There's been a lot of commotion going on. People have gotten drawn in. So it went from where like what was left of people at this time of night were kind of scattered around to people have kind of gravitated towards the drama. So, you hear that dude yell that, Bart? This dude has told you to go ahead and come on up. As that guy says that, he kind of looks down at you and raises an eyebrow.
Right.
Wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
I'm sorry.
You're
what?
down there, weren't you? You yank one of
Down
my
where?
boys down?
No, I didn't yank no one down. You heard me yelling at you the whole time. The only time I wasn't yelling at you to stop shooting my friend was when I cast that spell. You heard me cast the spell, didn't you?
Definitely
I mean,
come
I was
on up
screaming
then.
at the top of my lungs.
Definitely come on up then. There's something in the water. Come on.
All right. Okay. You good, Henry? You all right? Henry? You hear me?
Ooh, my camera.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, come on. I'll drop the spell.
Somebody shoot me full of arrows.
No, you're fine. We're safe. It's okay.
Damn,
That's just
my camera.
stinging a little bit. It's all right. Come on. No, kind of
Dang it.
usher him over to, I don't know, there's a nearby ladder or something to climb.
Probably somewhere nearby enough, yeah.
Does Julian see them actively searching the water at any point?
You see people looking down. See people like kind of looking through gaps and stuff. You're starting to see people walking around.
Let me know if they start to be searching closer to Julian.
I mean, they're just kind of going around, so probably not at this moment. No, not for a few moments at least.
Okay. If they do, and it's getting like kind of danger zone close, Julian would misty step to the roof of a nearby shacker building or something.
Okay. Noted. So, are there any components to Misty Step?
You're muted.
Oh, sorry, verbal.
Verbal? Okay. So, not right this moment anyway. Are you dropping Odalukes, Bart, when you guys go up? So I need to change this music. We're a little less, or we're less combat right now. Not quite so spicy. Come up the ladder. There's a lot of folks. There's now probably about 8 of these guys now. That dude who got knocked into the shit water has recovered. About 8 of these guys that look a little, that don't appear to be revelers from the evening, though there are quite a few of those people around. You guys kind of come up. Some of them kind of come around, but a lot of them still kind of looking around down in the water. He kind of looks at you. Jakob has multiple crossbow bolts stuck in him.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of let Jakob go up the ladder before me, and whenever Jakob gets to the top, just kind of like get him to sit down someplace like, it's all right, son. There's nothing's going to hurt us. You just sit here for a second. I got to talk with these people, and I know you got.
Oh no,
some
they're
things-
like, they want you both.
Okay.
They're
Well,
gesturing for
I mean,
both of you.
Just say, can a man go for a goddamn run in this town?
When you have a moment, DM correction my actions.
Okay, yeah, just one second. Kind of get you up. Running maybe. Running, refusing to say where you're going to when asked. Bit more of a problem.
It's
I
gonna.
told
it-
y'all
it not-
I'm going that way.
He's kind of defensive about it. I mean, he now understands where he's at. And it's embarrassing, you know. Like just he didn't know where he was there. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, look at his eyes. Look at him. He's been through a bunch of stuff.
Roll another deception check for me.
Did I get advantage with the
Straight roll.
background? Okay.
No.
This is natural.
Nice. What's that total?
Why do I always roll good when I'm lying to somebody?
Good question.
Okay.
So what's that total out to?
25.
25. Very nice. Huh. Just kind of looking at Jakob. Might should keep a better eye on your friend then.
Right.
Bad place to have misunderstandings like that.
Right. And I'm so sorry if anything got damaged or anyone got hurt. If someone got pulled into the water, if they're injured, I can heal them back up. Or I'm going to be honest with you. I was trying to chase them down. I had a magical creature helping getting me across, and some other folks tried to stop me. And this just happened in the middle of the night. I'm dressed for sleep, and he just came running through. So I was frazzled.
Weird you're dressed for sleep. He just kind of looks at Jakob, who is in full plate. He said this happens kind of regularly. You just sleep in your armor?
I went for a run. I mean, if I need to run, I need to run in this armor, don't I?
I'm just getting him a look. Like
It's-
he.
I thought you were looking for your friend. What was his name? Gloob.
Speaking of me, where am I?
Just a moment. Just about there.
I was going for a run.
I thought he was looking for his friend.
Yeah, Chester Glue. He didn't make it.
Uh-huh.
That's the person he was trying to get to in the middle of the night, way back when it happened.
So you said y'all are from Saltmarsh
Right. Yeah. Original years ago.
years ago. Roll another deception check for me.
That is not as good. Total 17.
God damn it, cut. There we go. Sure as years ago?
Well, I felt
Don't
like
think I've
years ago.
seen either of y'all around before. Whose crew are you with?
I'm with Captain Quincy Kelplin, or Kelp Collin, something like that. I don't know. Never been on his boat before. It's Prancing Peacock, somewhere. I don't know, somewhere out there. We pulled up and had to get off. They took the boat somewhere. Kind of got,
I got it.
pink and purple trim to it.
I got a note. Do y'all not exercise in this town?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I'm
A man can't go running.
Henry. Yeah, Henry. It's all right.
Is this man's name Jacob or Henry?
Yak is his last name. Henry Yak.
Interesting name. Y'all haven't been here before, have you?
No, sir. Not.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
you said you wanted to correct some actions.
Yeah.
What was that?
While all of this was taking place, I was curious about the volume of verbal components, and it is conversational.
Mhm.
So can't whisper it, but it's not shouting.
Right.
That being the case,
Mhm.
move just a little bit over while they're occupied. Misty step
Not
onto.
all of them are occupied. Only some of them are talking to them. There's still some trying to figure out what the fuck yanked someone down into the water.
Well, I'm on the literal opposite side of that diagonally, so. That was left rear.
So-
I'm now front right.
Right.
And then get up on the docks itself,
Okay, you just kind of.
behind a building or something, obviously like into a shadow.
That will 100% break your stealth. Just saying. There's no misty stepping while stealth. Like you're breaking your stealth to cast a spell.
It is meant to be. At no point am I in line of
Right.
sight.
I understand.
Between
There's
point A, not line
yeah.
of sight. Point B, no line of sight.
Right.
So, and I'm not intending to be stealthed here shortly. So
Right.
here, I'll let you figure out the timeline on this.
Yeah, if you were doing that shortly after they started to talk.
Yeah.
For the
So-
moment, it doesn't seem like anybody noticed you when you blinked up.
Blinked, prestidigitation most of the water out, and then I'm going to walk towards them.
You'd probably take about 2 rounds of prestidigitation to, because it's
Yeah.
5 foot square. Top half,
Yeah,
the little
20
bits down at the
20
bottom that
seconds
you
of-
didn't get. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kinda
The
squeegee.
intent is to about now have
Right.
been walking towards them or shortly after.
Sure. Why not? Still have some people looking around down in the water. Well, Mr. Jacob, didn't you say? Oh no, sorry, that was me mishearing something or misremembering something. Sorry, Miss Henry, and what's your name? Curious. Someone who can cast magic like that.
Name's Andy Gollop.
One more deception check.
Same thing again. Or no, math is hard. 18.
18.
13 plus 5. 18.
Did
Andy
you,
Gallup.
you get
Yes, Jacob.
you get the D4? I'm not sure what that D4 was for.
It's for persuasion, not deception.
It's from his race, from
Yeah.
Mark of Hospitality. Andy Gallup. Pays to keep in mind new folk who are skilled.
Yeah, I understand. What I mean, we're not going to be here long. I'm sorry for causing
That's too
such
bad.
commotion. You said one of your men got dragged in the water. Is he all right?
Yeah, you haven't know anything about that. That's
I
quite
um,
odd. It didn't appear like it was a creature. It doesn't sound like did it. Nah, it was like this inky black tendril. It just grabbed a hold of him. It got somebody else too. Didn't drag him in the water though. Very strange.
all right.
We're looking
Were they
around
hurt?
for it. Yes.
I mean, I'm a healer of sorts. I mean, come on. I just like look over and look for the guy covered in fucking water. Like,
Yeah.
come here,
Dude
son.
doesn't seem terribly hurt. Like he's actively, you see dude dripping in water. He's looking around down into the water. Sword and crossbow drawn.
I'm just gonna kind of get my hands up and point to him. Like, is it all right if I help him?
I think he'll be fine. We're gonna see if we can find this thread. While a bit of friendly disagreement is pretty
All
welcome around here, but something like that seems a little more.
I understand. I'm sorry for any type of inconvenience. I'm not trying to. I mean, y'all seem really on edge, and I completely understand. Unfortunately, I'm going to be honest with you. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Is it okay if I clean myself up and hinder y'all with some magic? Just letting you know I'm going to be doing a spell to clean you. Is that okay? Would you rather us wait? This is
Go ahead, that's fine.
I'll press the digitate.
Starts
myself.
there.
Yeah.
Julian, around this time, you're starting to walk up. You're seeing passersby and gawkers are starting to kind of like, well, that ended fast. This is not fun anymore. Starting to
Julian
clear
among
out.
the passers-by and gawkers.
Okay, you're just staying among them, or are you approaching? Okay. You're muted.
You muted.
Like closer, but like as a person of interest, not like as a member of the
Okay.
party.
So for the moment, just kind of keeping on things. All right. You guys clean yourselves up. These guys keep looking around. Well, how about since this is regular occurrence, me and some of my guys will take you back to wherever you're staying.
All right, that's fine. I'd be proud of the escort if there's something in the water grabbing people.
It's scary. Keep
So
looking.
where do you go to? Where do you go to run then?
Come on, Henry, hush. It's already bad enough. Just don't worry about it. It's okay. Everything's fine now. We're
Just
fine.
very tense.
Can't say that I spend much time running recreationally. I start him along with 3 other guys. Starts kind of walk back with you. And just kind
Well-
of starts kind of gestures. Lead on.
All right. Is it okay if I mean, that seemed like a pretty long run. Can I just get them little bolts out of them?
You're magical. Do it while you walk.
All right. I'll just kind of real quick.
They're kind of.
I'm sorry. He can't even hardly feel it. He got knocked on his head so hard. It's just fucking, hit him with a cure wounds to, keep it going. First level 9 healing.
Busted down to 6 because of great.
Oh my God.
Oh
no.
shit, that would be rough. I think Jakob would be dead if that was the thing that Heavy Armor Master did. Alright. So y'all are starting to walk back. Julian, what are you doing? As they're starting to walk back down to the dock.
As the interested party disperses, we'll also head in that direction, but not like as a member of their party again, just like, oh, the action's over, heading back in the direction
Right.
I was going.
Roll like a social deception, social stealth check for me, real quick. Just
Social stealth.
Yeah.
Stealth of charisma?
stealth with your charisma, yeah.
Yeah!
Big number.
Ooh, I do like plus 10. That'll be 27.
Very nice. Blending right in.
He got that piratical swagger.
All right. So, kind of blending in, acting, a little intoxicated, like you're coming off a night.
Are you good at pretending to be a dirty, violent asshole? Sir, I am a dirty,
I
violent
am. Are you good at pretending to be a murder hobo? Sir, I am a murder hobo. Don't worry. I got it. All right. So, as you guys start to walk back, around this time, Gloob is popping his earpiece back in. Is there anything you're saying into the earpiece at this time, Gloob? I'll say kind of the entirety of the time as you kind of started to sneak back. Like I said, alarms started to get raised. More people went past you in the direction of the docks. I said the docks. This is all the docks. In the direction of the Champlains. Are you just creeping all the way back, just kind of along the docks back towards the...
Is this happening while we're being escorted back?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's around the time that he's popped his earpiece back in. So y'all are now kind of in a concurrent timeline again.
There's no like static connection or anything. I know.
One of you has to try to communicate through it. So it doesn't take too long for you guys get back. A few minutes at a walking pace for you guys to get back to the Sea Dog's Respite.
Yeah, I mean, I guess along the way, I'm like, I mean, if there's something going on, I should be able to get him to go to sleep and then maybe get like I put a magical lock on the door this time so he can't just sort of get on out of there.
Probably a good idea. And just kind of
I mean,
looks at both of you.
It's 100% my fault. I've had a long day. I'm getting kind of long in my years, and I just fell asleep, didn't hear a lick of him putting on all of his armor till he shut the door with a slam, and he was gone at that point,
Uh-huh.
And along the way, but before things get crazy, I want to talk to him about if he's found religion and all this other tech kind of stuff.
He mostly ignores you.
Yeah.
But he's just kind of, since you're new here. Yes, Gloob.
I want to ask if Bart is talking to him about religion and this guy's gonna let him do it. How much time does that eat up?
Oh, I'm assuming this is en route.
Yeah.
Because as they're dropping their asses off and leaving.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like, you just kind of, as you guys get there, back to the Sea Dog's Respite, and as you're saying this, just friendly advice. This is a regular occurrence. I'd fix it quick.
We'll be out of your hair tomorrow.
If you were anywhere else, he'd probably be dead.
I completely understand. It's not going to happen anymore. Was there any damage that needed to get paid for? Or, I mean, there's not really, like a person I need to talk to. I'm not trying to bribe you.
Can't say I was keeping track.
Okay.
Turns around. Walks away. 3 other guys in tow.
Oh, shit. I forgot one thing I was going to do. On the way back, I'm going to be like, yeah, don't worry, Henry. Don't worry, Henry. I mean, we'll never find out what happened to Chester Gloob that night. Sort of. Maybe I spiked Julian at any point in time.
I mean, if you're looking for him, roll a perception check.
He wasn't hiding. He was just strolling down kind of 20, 30 feet
Is
back.
it with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that is a 26. 27. What is math?
Yeah.
Baby, don't hurt me.
You'd see him back there kind of blending.
Yeah, so when I'm like, we'll never find out what happened to Chester Glue, and I'll just look directly into Julian's eyes.
He looks pissed. Angry fish man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, these guys will get you to the Sea Dog's Respite. Make sure you get in the door. Tell you that fucking around in other places around here, bad idea. And leave. Very high deception and persuasion rolls will do that.
Okay. So then I will.
Yeah.
I guess we go back to Glue. Let's see what's going.
I don't know. Yeah.
Or is that?
I'm assuming, are you guys all just kind of shuffling your way back up to your rooms? Or room, singular?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
I'm
second
not trying to
we're in
cause a
there, I would
commotion.
tell.
What's that?
I'm not trying to
The
cause a
second we
commotion.
were,
Bart! This one!
I'm not trying to cause a commotion. That's all.
Phenomenal! Jakob!
second we're in the room, I would tell them what's going on.
Okay, Julian.
The moment he walks in the door and shuts it behind him, he's gonna turn on Jakob. What the hell have y'all done?
I didn't do anything.
Not talking about you, Bart. Still looking directly at Jakob.
Henry, what's going on?
Just looking down like a child who's gotten caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Slave prison break.
Are you fucking stupid?
Lube's not responding. He,
And charging through is the best way to help him out and get yourself killed as well. I might have been able to get over there and take a look surreptitiously if you had told me.
looking into Julian, if Julian's looking at him. He'll
Up and until the word
front
fuck,
like
at
this.
which point he looks out the window he previously had jumped out.
And face planted.
And
He just does it again for old time's sake.
I long for the oak boards against my cheek.
I'm trying to be serious here. Will you stop?
All right,
Focus up, focus up.
All right, so, and he just stopped responding, and there's people running all over the place.
What was the plan? What was the last thing to happen?
He said he was going to investigate the I forget the name. Slave planks.
Chain
planks.
The place we were told to avoid.
Jakob, I mean, I could tell that y'all were keeping secrets from me, but I just thought that Gloob was going to go out and make some pirate friends and get drunk. I didn't. Oh, God. And you knew about this? We talked about it. I don't. I mean.
Where are they gonna go?
What is he saying now? Is he responding? In the
He wasn't
earpiece.
responding when I checked. That's why I ran.
Well, keep yelling. And you don't got to yell out loud.
If I could use it, I'd take it.
Puts his hand up to the ear and just Gloop. Are you there? Where are you? Are you okay? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Is
I
it
don't-
there?
I don't think it's safe for me to come back to the room tonight. If everything's okay by the morning, I'll meet back with you guys in the morning.
Break, if you can, make sure nobody's following you, and then just go to Artois' ship.
No, I'm gonna find somewhere else to lay low.
I'm going to bonk Jakob on the fucking knee because I know he's got armor on and it's not going to hurt anyway. What'd he say? We're just waiting here.
He's sitting there with like his spaced out, glazed over eyes while he communicates telepathically.
He said he's not coming back tonight.
Where is he going? And what did he do?
Is he all right?
What do you
Is he
think,
hurt?
Julian?
I
He
don't know.
probably freed some slaves.
So he
The
killed some
plan.
slaves.
A
Fucking
different discussion.
He
We
walks
can
out the
have a different time.
But
This wasn't
I'm
the
gonna
plan.
fucking walk out the door. Julie,
He
come
didn't
back.
go far. He just stepped a few away to like kind of woosaw a little bit.
Okay. Don't leave. We're already on thin ice here.
I'm not going anywhere right now.
Okay.
Couldn't if I wanted to.
He just immediately turns back to Jakob. All right. tell him whatever he does, don't go to Artois' ship, because that's the last thing we want him to do, is to maybe lead a tail back to Artois' ship and get him implicated.
Transmits message.
I just told you I wasn't gonna go to Artois' ship yet.
It's a message from Bart. They're worried about.
What do you mean it's a message from Bart?
Bart told me to tell you not to go to Artois' ship.
What does Bart know?
They know.
Julian's gonna start casting Flock of Familiars.
So it's been 10 minutes to cast Flock of Familiars?
Yeah.
You stop responding, Gloob. Things happened.
1 minute casting, not 10.
1 minute, gotcha.
Fuck. Okay, well, it's still not safe for me to come back to y'all tonight. Tell everybody just to lay low for tonight, and I'll meet back up with you in the morning. Don't do anything else. I don't want anything else to come back to you or any of you guys.
I don't want anything to come back to you either, Gloob.
Yeah, I
I
don't,
was like, what the fuck did you do? Sorry.
we'll talk about it in the morning. Tell everybody I'm fine. I'm fine.
Might be able to go to Ward and see if you can get some type of place to lay low for some money.
I'll
Just
think about it.
in the middle of you having this conversation, Bart is just like constantly talking to Yakim, telling him to ask him different questions.
Yeah, Bart. Yeah.
So they did see him? People saw him.
I don't know.
You can talk to him, ask him. Did anybody see him?
Did you get seen, Gloob?
Not by anybody that'll be talking.
I like how this whole scene is playing to the background of like eldritch chanting and sigils being drawn.
While I am talking to him and I have made it back to the docks proper, I am going to be looking for a brothel.
Okay.
I figured it should not be too hard to find a brothel on a pirate island.
No. Roll an investigation check for me anyway. We're going to see how savory we're talking here.
Natural 19.
Probably find
Or a total of 19.
probably find as good a one as you're going to find.
Perfectly fine.
Okay. Is that where you're planning to spend your night?
I'm just gonna go in. If Jakob continues to ask him questions, I'm just Jakob, I'll talk to you in the fucking morning, please. Tell
It's
everybody
all
to
Bart's
go to bed and I'm
questions.
fine. Tell Bart I'm fine. Bonk him on the head. Don't do that. I'm frustrated.
Beat shit out of me.
I've probably already rattled your fucking knee pad with the damn mace like 6 times by now.
God damn it, Bart. Yeah.
So-
He says it's fine.
My last message before I fucking press the power button on the damn thing will be, I'm fine. I'm safe. And I love you guys. Make sure they know that.
They know that part. Gloob. We love you too.
Glue will go into the brothel. He will. I don't know. Funnily enough, I don't know how brothels work. So
Well, hello, darling. Don't you look dashing?
thank
What
you.
can I do for you tonight? What's your preference?
Small, like me.
Oh, Well, come right this way. I'll give you your pick. What is it
Fade
called?
to black.
Yeah, fade to black. Fade to black. Whatever. I can't remember what the proprietor of a brothel is usually referred to as, but whatever.
Madam.
It is. Yeah, the
Oh,
madam.
Pimp.
Yeah,
Uh,
or that. This is ye olden times. It's a madam.
But maybe
What are the whatever Gloob Gloob will pay this madam a exorbitantly if that's who I'm paying. I don't know if I'm
Oh yeah.
handing the money to them. Am I? Okay.
Yeah, you pay up
Um,
front. This is Pirate Town. They don't quite work off the honor code.
Right.
Not in all ways. Some businesses choose to just go ahead and get it up front.
I'll start counting out some gold in my hand. 1, 5, 10. How much to say I was here all night?
Just hang all night. Looks at the gold in your hand.
I keep counting.
That will do nicely. Anybody in particular you're trying to avoid?
Everybody.
Okay, and who is going to be here all night?
Can you explain that to me? I don't understand.
Who is she saying has been here all night? She wants to know your name so that she knows who to be like, oh yeah, if this person is being looked for, oh yeah, been here all night.
Gotcha. Just say the purple frog. That'll be fine enough.
Well, I hope that's specific enough for you. And it takes the gold from your hand once you count to 50.
We will hand over the 50. Walk into the room with this person, this halfling or gnome or whatever the case is.
Small person of lesser stature.
Diminutive.
Don't
What?
don't do any of that. You mind if I tell you a story? I just want you to listen.
Very confused, but you paid for her time. So. Oh, well, yes, of course. Very flighty young lass.
Hey, so here, and I'm just we'll just give her some gold too, like 10 gold, so 60 gold.
Just whoop. Does not complain. Well, I'm sure it's a very interesting story.
I think so. And then Glue will start reciting from memory the tales of Captain Darby.
She listens with rapt attention. Right.
That is my night.
Jillian, what were you doing with those flock of familiars?
He's trying to figure out what the fuck happened on the island.
Okay. Roll
So-
some quick perception checks for me with whatever stats you're using.
$21. 21. And a 22.
You send them
Two
out and
18s and
around,
a 19.
just kind of
Yeah.
circling. And it lasts for an hour, correct?
So we have one focused kind of on our area to see if that drama died down. One focused on the chain planks, and then one doing a full circuit.
So one above you, yeah, drama seems to have died down. Bart seems to have effectively diffused the situation, at least for the moment. There's no immediate repercussions approaching.
After that one circuit, it will sit watch.
One that goes all the way around the island, it's taken a while. But for the most part, it just looks quiet as it slowly circuits around. The one that went towards the chain planks You weren't exactly sure of where it was. Bird finds out pretty quick.
Oh, jeez.
When it reports back, there's a lot of activity in that area. How close was it getting?
I mean, it has dark vision and advantage on perception checks,
So getting at least 60 feet.
Yeah.
Eventually kind of sees closer to the docks, partially on board one of the two vessels that was docked. At the time, a lot of activity and quite a few bodies being dragged away. Not sure whether they're dead or unconscious. A lot of them, majority of them, not wearing armor.
Any active conflict still going on?
No, not at this point. Looks like cleanup. So, looks like there's some armored forms. Not an insignificant number, but a lot of unarmored bodies. Like I said, not sure whether they're unconscious or dead from its scanning. They come back and report. And as we continue into the rest of our night, so we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. So thank you guys for joining me. Thank anybody that's still around or stuck around. Brittany, I don't know if you're still there. I saw you making a lot of rips to dudes getting murdered. A lot happened today, so we'll return again here next Monday. I got logged out of Twitch, so I can't really get our stuff set up. So I'm just gonna keep talking while I get myself logged back in. I don't know why it kicked me out like that. Anyway, we do this every Monday here at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, going for about 4 hours to the 11. We went a little over, but we also took a lot of time with our break because there was a lot of stress, so I felt like that was okay. And of course, on Saturdays, we have our Across Eberron campaign, which is DM'd by our lovely Gloobiford right here, Mr. Gloob, our frog boy himself, who is having some feelings right now, I do believe. So that's ran by him. Has myself and some of these other fellas in it. It's a whole lot of fun. We're also in stressful situations. There's a lot of stress in our D&D. There's a lot of people. I was dead up until recently, so that's fun. So come see what we're doing there on this upcoming Saturday, which is at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. In the meantime, go ahead and click on that link that got posted in our chat for the International Medical Corps, helping out some folks who need it. Encourage you to donate what you can. Also, we're going to raid our friends over here at Total Party Chill. They're doing stuff. They're doing D&D stuff specifically, which we like to support. So go show them some love, and we'll see y'all later. Bye!